Aaron just stood there, frozen, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. Beside him, Lindsay, the head maid, looked just as shell-shocked. He thought, the word barely forming in his mind. His eyes swept over the two neat lines of noblewomen, all decked out in their best gowns, every single one of them staring right at him. Have to? The thought continued, heavy with dread. He scanned their faces, some eager and hopeful, others playing it coy and demure. Choose one of them, and the full weight of it all just slammed into him. To be with my bride? The words felt foreign, almost ridiculous to the hardened warrior he was. His mother, Duchess Helene, offered a serene smile, but her eyes were like steel. That's right, she stated, her voice leaving no room for argument. It's your duty as a Pendragon. She gestured towards the rows of young women. This is an old tradition, Aaron, she explained. After the oath with the dragon is secured, neighboring noble families send their daughters here to help the Pendragons produce an heir. A flicker of regret crossed the Duchess's face as she continued, an image of Lady Luna Sirod appearing briefly. Originally, she sighed, it would have been Luna from the Sirod family, but since that engagement was unfortunately broken, Erin, ever the drama queen, clutched her face, faking these big, mournful tears. Oh, Sister Luna, she wailed. How could you break off the engagement like that, so cruelly? Erin just stared blankly at her over-the-top performance, Lindsay looking on uncomfortably. He thought, did that really happen? Clearly, no one had bothered to fill him in on these little details. Just as quickly, Erin's despair vanished, replaced by a bright smile as she threw her arms wide, presenting the hopeful candidates. But don't you worry, brother, she chirped. The young ladies here today are from families every bit as distinguished as the Sirods. The air in the room practically crackled with anticipation. Crescentia Papelsu, the fiery redhead from the banquet, let out a confident laugh. That's right, she declared, puffing out her chest, the feathers on her gown rustling. I'm from the Papelsuko household. We inherited the blood of the first emperor, making our lineage even nobler than the royal families. Then another pair stepped up. One, a blonde with a haughty sneer, announced, My family boasts the general of the imperial army, ready to move troops whenever needed. Brute force is what truly rules the world. Her dark-haired companion scoffed. How foolish. The future belongs to those who control the economy. Money is everything. The air between them practically sparked with rivalry. Soon enough, the noblewomen were squabbling amongst themselves, their voices getting louder and shriller. Merchants like you have no place here, one yelled. The room filled with their bickering. Aaron watched from the sidelines, his face weary, and Lindsay looked just as tired of the whole spectacle. But beneath Aaron's tired expression, his face was a mask of cold calculation. He was observing, analyzing, not as Duke Aaron, but as Raven Vault, the strategist. He turned to his mother. Listen, this is... She started, but he cut her right off. Do I have to choose from the people in this room? He asked, his voice surprisingly firm. Lindsay, still beside him, listened closely. Duchess Helene faltered, but Aaron crossed his arms, his face set. From this room it is, then, he declared, taking charge. His mother looked at him, a touch of sadness in her eyes. This is the way of the Pendragons, she murmured. Aaron gave a short, sharp nod. Understood. He took a deep breath, his mind made up. Then, Aaron stepped forward. He reached out, placed a hand on Lindsay's shoulder, and gently drew her a little closer. His voice rang out, clear and steady, I choose Lindsay to be my concubine. As his hand settled, the whole room seemed to fill with a soft, almost sparkling light. Duchess Helene and Aaron just stared, their eyes wide with pure, unadulterated shock. This was definitely not what they'd been expecting. The noblewomen gasped, their faces twisting in outrage and disbelief, veins practically popping on their foreheads. And Lindsay? She was completely floored, her eyes wide, her mouth hanging open. She couldn't believe her own ears. From above, you could see the entire room was just frozen in stunned silence. Lindsay finally managed a small, confused, As Lindsay started to stammer out a protest, Erin quickly clapped a hand over her mouth, her eyes wide with panic. He leaned in close, his voice low and firm, just for her. "Calm down, Lindsay," he murmured. "You've always taken such good care of me, even when you went on that expedition and came back covered in soot." He was reminding her of her quiet loyalty. Lindsay just trembled, making a small sound against his hand. Her face flushed bright red as Aaron continued his whispered story. "I was so charmed by your bravery then, and, well, I made a mistake back in Barinto. I have to take responsibility for that." He was completely making it up, trying to give them a reason. Lindsay's mind was reeling. Aaron turned back to his stunned mother and the fuming noblewomen. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice sounding sincere, "for keeping this quiet until now." The Duchess and Aaron just stared, managing only a shocked. Duchess Helene finally found her voice, though it was a bit strained. "You are a man after all." Aaron echoed, "That's fine." Her mother pressed on, trying to make sense of it, But the real point of this tradition is to ensure the continuation and stability of our house," she explained, "by joining hands with another noble family." Aaron, his hand still resting gently on Lindsay's shoulder, replied calmly, "I understand that." But then his eyes narrowed, a steely glint appearing in them. However, he gestured dismissively towards the seething noblewomen. "Those women only showed up because they heard I made the oath with the dragon and came sniffing around the celebration." His voice was cold, sharp. "The second the oath was made, they came flocking. But when we were struggling, when times were tough, were any of them eager to join hands with us then?" He laid their opportunism bare for all to see. Aaron gently drew Lindsay a little closer, his expression softening as he looked down at her. "But the one person who stood by me for 3 long years, without any hidden agendas or ulterior motives, that was Lindsay." Lindsay looked up at him, her eyes wide and swimming with a storm of emotions, her face flushed crimson. His words had completely overwhelmed her. The noblewomen finally erupted. "She's just a maid," one sputtered. Aaron cut them off, his voice like ice. "That means nothing to me. Anyone who relies solely on their family's name and prestige is a fool." In that moment, the noblewomen looked like their pride had turned them to crumbling stone. Aaron turned his back on the sputtering, defeated noblewomen, gently guiding Lindsay away from them. His mother and sister watched, still trying to take it all in. "Besides," he added, a genuine, confident smile spread across his face, "I already have true companions." An image of Knight Killian and his loyal soldiers flashed through his mind. "The ones who've supported us through thick and thin, Killian and his men." Then, Karda and Kratul appeared in his thoughts. The unmatched Ancona orcs. And finally, Kazal riding atop Tata. Kazal the goblin, and Tata the harpy. Aaron faced his mother, his voice ringing with absolute conviction. "They followed me to the mausoleum without a moment's hesitation. I trust them. They are my comrades." He looked straight at Duchess Helene, a challenge in his eyes. "Mother, haven't the Pendragons grown weak precisely because we've relied too much on these flimsy alliances?" This wasn't just about choosing a concubine, it was a declaration, a new direction for the entire Pendragon house, one built on real loyalty and strength, not just marriages of convenience. Duchess Helene and Aaron looked at him, really looked at him, and slowly, smiles of understanding and even pride began to spread across their faces. They saw the strength, the undeniable wisdom in his words. Lindsay, who had heard every word, was completely overwhelmed. Tears welled in her eyes, her face flushed with a confusing mix of shock, profound gratitude, and a slowly dawning affection. She was utterly speechless. Aaron turned back to her, his expression softening. "So, what about you, Lindsay?" he asked gently. "Will you become my concubine?" The remaining ladies watched, some gasping and covering their mouths. Lindsay just stammered. Trembling from head to toe, her face now a deep crimson, Lindsay somehow managed to choke out, "Oh, of course." Her voice was barely a whisper. Aaron smiled, a genuine, warm smile, and took her hand. Then, he announced to the entire room, then, from this day forward, the servant Lindsay is now the Pendragon's bride. With those words, he lifted her up, changing her life in an instant. The air itself seemed to hum. What a truly magnificent spectacle. Later, Aaron sat alone in a quiet, stately room, lost in thought. Behind him, unseen by mortal eyes, stood the ethereal form of Atiya Pendragon, his great-aunt spirit. On the wall, a portrait of a long-dead Pendragon ancestor, cradling a baby, watched over them. Atiya's ghostly form smiled, a hint of surprise and perhaps even approval in her voice. "I confess," she murmured, "I only saw you as a rather unrefined soldier. But, perhaps what I witnessed earlier, were those your true intentions all along?" Aaron closed his eyes for a moment, considering her words. He opened his eyes. "You're still here?" he asked. "Even though the mausoleum has been opened?" Atiya nodded. "I wanted to see my descendant's face one last time before I truly departed." Atiya studied him intently. "You've changed," she observed, "since the first time I laid eyes on you." Aaron remained silent, a quiet acknowledgement of her words. "However," she continued, a note of caution creeping into her ethereal voice, "choosing to go without powerful alliances, that won't be an easy path, especially now." Aaron shifted slightly in his chair, a spark of confidence in his eyes. "I have a plan," he stated simply. Atiya looked intrigued. Aaron stood up, crossing his arms as he began to lay out his thoughts. "The Pendragons have regained the dragon's strength," he began. "That means there are plenty of people suddenly eager to invest in us. And I," a familiar glint in his eye, Raven. His eyes gleamed with that old, familiar cunning. "I intend to gather those who are destined to become heroes in the future." Atiya gasped softly, a look of shock and dawning realization spreading across her spectral features. He stood there, confident, a vision of shadowy, powerful figures, future allies, forming in his mind. "If I can secure their loyalty now while they're still unknown," he explained, "we can build a force more powerful than any alliance, strong both at home and abroad." His ambition was vast, unmistakable. Atiya nodded slowly, clearly impressed. "I see," she murmured. "If you can achieve that?" Suddenly, a mischievous grin spread across her face, and she playfully lunged towards him. "You," she exclaimed. "Are you actually aiming for the throne itself?" Her ghostly hand reached out as if to grab his arm. Aaron sidestepped her spectral lunge with ease. "Don't touch me, ghost," he said, his tone completely deadpan. Atiya pouted, still playful. "Can I at least hug you then?" Aaron's reply was flat, final. "Stop." Atiya chuckled, her form already beginning to turn more transparent as she turned away. "I'm just teasing," she said, her voice fading slightly. "I don't have any regrets now." A sense of peace, of contentment for her family's future, radiated from her. Aaron watched her begin to fade, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. Then, almost as if thinking aloud, he said, 6 other dragons showed up while I was making the pact with Soul." Atiya, mid-fade, paused, turning back in clear surprise. "The other dragons came?" Aaron nodded. "Yeah." He remembered the imposing black dragon, Amelheart. "And the black one," he continued. "He said something strange about a dragon god and a demon god." An image flashed in his mind, his past life, his final moments with Baltai. "From what little I could piece together from their conversation," he mused, "it sounds like there's a deeper reason I was reborn as Aaron. Baltai also said something similar, that everything is connected." Atiya looked puzzled. Dragon gods and demon gods? This is the first I've ever heard of such things. Did Soul, tell you anything more about them?" Aaron let out a sigh, that familiar note of frustration creeping into his voice. "Time will tell you. That's all she ever says." A knowing smile touched Atiya's lips. "You two really are getting along quite well, aren't you?" Aaron looked genuinely surprised. "What?" Atiya clarified, "You called her Soul just now." Aaron quickly looked away, a faint flush rising on his cheeks. "She asked me to call her that," he mumbled. You and her, you're the only ones. He trailed off, then quickly added, you're the only ones I can actually talk to about any of this. But Atiya was already standing before him, her form glowing with a soft, ethereal light, clearly preparing to finally depart. Eren looked at her, a sudden urgency in his voice. H.A. Atiya offered him one last gentle smile, her image already starting to waver and fade. I have to go now, she whispered. Her time was finally up. A heavy silence hangs in the room as Atiya's spirit smiles gently, finally starting to fade away. For Eren, though, every goodbye is just the start of a new, carefully planned move in his game for power and justice. Atiya looks peaceful, her form growing fainter with each passing second. I have to go now, she whispers, her voice like a soft breeze. Eren turns, surprise flashing on his face as he reaches out a hand. Hey, he calls, a sudden urgency in his tone, like a part of him isn't quite ready for her to leave. But Atiya just offers him a warm, reassuring smile. Whether it's Raven's goal or Eren's, she tells him, her voice full of unwavering belief, I know you'll achieve it. Tears of pure joy and relief stream down her face as she looks at him, her heart swelling with pride. My dear Pendragon, she says, her voice thick with emotion. Eren looks down, a single tear tracing its own path down his cheek, a silent tribute to her faith in him and the legacy she's passed on. His eyes widen, filled with a depth of emotion he rarely ever shows. Grand Dash, he starts, his voice cracking just a little. Grandma. The word rips out of him, a heartfelt cry for the woman who guided him, his last real link to a past he's still trying to piece together. He lunges forward, trying to embrace her fading form. It's a hug that's barely there, more memory than actual substance, but it's filled with a profound sense of farewell and deep gratitude. Tears continue to fall from Atiya's eyes, but her expression is one of complete and utter peace. Her duty is finally done, her family's future is safe in his capable hands. She closes her eyes, a gentle smile on her lips as her form dissolves into soft light, her presence finally receding from the world for good. Eren stands alone, his hands pressed to his chest where her touch had lingered. Her final words echo in his mind, please continue from now on, Eren Pendragon and Raven Vault. The two names hang heavy in the air, a constant reminder of the two souls intertwined within him and the monumental task that still lies ahead. A soft glow of energy swirls around him as he stands before the grand window, ready to face whatever comes next. He bows his head for a long moment, lost in thought, the weight of his dual identity and Atiya's final blessing settling deep within him. Looking at her portrait, a warm, dignified image of Atiya, seemingly with a young souldrake by her side, Eren makes a silent, solemn vow. He will definitely do it, he resolves, promising to fulfill every hope she ever placed in him. Atiya, he breathes, her name a soft affirmation of his unbreakable promise. And so, time marches on. We see Eren and Lindsay, now officially his wife, standing before a crowd. An imperial record marks the day. Year 314, Eren Pendragon and Lindsay Conrad are formally wed. Their unconventional marriage is now a reality. Later that night, Eren sits alone in a vast, grand bedroom, moonlight casting long, eerie shadows across the floor. He's hunched over, deep in thought, the day's incredible events and the long, uncertain path ahead weighing heavily on his mind. Suddenly, a brilliant, almost divine light flares up just outside his window. A familiar, powerful voice cuts through the silence. So, it says, a hint of amusement in its tone, you've chosen that girl. Eren looks up, not entirely surprised, as the elegant hem of a gown drifts into view through the window. My contractor. Sol's voice continues, her immense presence slowly filling the room. And there she is, Sol, in all her winged humanoid glory, perfectly framed by the pale moonlight. Sol. Eren acknowledges, his gaze fixed on the magnificent dragon queen. A knowing smirk plays on Eren's lips. You knew, didn't you? He asks, his voice calm. The real reason behind that whole feast and my sudden marriage. That's right, Soul admits, her voice resonating with the power of ages. She turns slightly, her gaze sharp and piercing. But tell me, why did you choose the servant girl? Eren leans back, explaining his cold, hard logic. An arranged marriage always comes with too many strings attached, too many obligations. It would just slow me down, he says plainly. And as for an heir, who I have one with is irrelevant. This was just the simplest, quickest way to get it over with. Soul's expression is hard to read, perhaps a flicker of surprise in her ancient, knowing eyes. So you truly aren't interested in her then? She presses, as if testing the true depth of his ruthless pragmatism. Eren's gaze softens, just a little, a hint of something more than pure calculation appearing in his eyes. She looked after the dying Eren for 3 long years, he admits quietly. I trust her. It's a simple statement, but it speaks volumes about what truly motivates him. He then changes the subject, a curious look on his face. Speaking of which, where did you disappear to earlier? You just flew off without saying a word. Soul turns, her magnificent wings catching the soft moonlight. Ray, she answers, her voice as cryptic as ever. Eren looks puzzled. Ray, Soul explains, on the cliff behind the castle, there's an old dragon stone statue. That's been my home, my sanctuary, ever since I first made the oath with the Pendragons, all those centuries ago. The image shows a majestic, weathered statue, a silent testament to the long ages Soul has watched over his family. Eren considers this for a moment. Isn't it boring? He asks, trying to imagine what centuries spent in one single place must feel like. Just being there all that time? It would be much the same anywhere, really, Soul replies, a touch of ancient melancholy in her voice. After all, for the longest time, no one could even hear my voice. Eren interjects quickly, the Pendragon Lord can. You can talk to me now. Soul turns her gaze towards the window, a distant, faraway look in her eyes. Truthfully, she reveals, I never really spoke with any of the Pendragons until you came along, Eren. Not even with your father, Gordon, nor his ancestor, Klein, the very first Pendragon to make the pact with me. Eren's eyes widen in genuine, utter surprise. What? This completely shatters everything he thought he knew about the legendary Dragon Rider legacy of his family. Soul settles gracefully onto the edge of the nightstand, looking almost like a beautiful, oversized porcelain doll. They never wanted me to take this human form, she explains quietly. So, out of respect for their wishes, I always remained at Ray, in my true dragon form. A faint image of Atia appears in Eren's mind as he processes this new, startling information. You really get along well with her, don't you? He murmurs, almost to himself, remembering Atia's words about his special, unique connection with Soul. Atia. A thoughtful silence follows. You certainly do talk a lot for a Pendragon, Soul remarks, a hint of amusement finally returning to her voice. It's quite rare for one of your line to actually want to converse with me. Eren then asks, his voice softer, weren't you going to join the feast earlier? Soul's reply is tinged with her old, familiar loneliness. No one would have heard my voice anyway. Eren's eye reflects a sudden, deep understanding. Eren just stares at her, the sheer, crushing reality of her situation slowly sinking in. She was like this for centuries? He thinks, his mind struggling to comprehend such profound, extended isolation. But Soul's expression turns serious, her gaze meeting his directly. No matter if you are Eren or if you are Raven, you are my contractor. That is what truly matters now. Soul, Eren says, a slight frown creasing his brow. I can't really get used to you calling me contractor all the time. Soul tilts her head, a silent question in her ancient eyes. A small, almost teasing smirk plays on his lips. You can call me anything you want, he tells her, his voice surprisingly gentle. Just not that. It's far too formal. Soul blinks, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing her usually stoic features. She seems to ponder his unexpected request for a long moment, a silent hanging in the air between them. Then a tiny, almost imperceptible smile touches her lips. Then, she begins, her voice soft. Ray. The name is quiet, yet perfectly clear, a new designation, something just between the two of them. I will call you Ray, she declares, and her voice, for the first time, holds a touch of gentle, unmistakable warmth. Aaron's eyes fly wide, his entire expression freezing in utter, profound shock. The name Ray clearly strikes a deep, powerful, and completely unexpected chord deep within him. The name echoes in the sudden silence of his mind, amplified by the sudden, overwhelming rush of memories it clearly, painfully invokes. A memory surfaces, sharp and startlingly vivid. A much younger Raven, his hair still dark, his smile carefree and innocent, looking up at an older figure, his brother, who affectionately ruffles his hair. This was a name from his lost past, a name full of warmth and love and affection he thought was gone forever. The precious image fades, leaving Aaron reeling, the immense weight of that cherished, yet agonizingly painful memory pressing down hard on him. Brother! The word is a mere whisper in his mind, heavy with all the unspoken grief for a family, for a life that was so cruelly stolen from him. Soul, noticing his profound, almost shattering reaction, asks with a hint of genuine concern in her voice, Ray, you don't like it? Aaron, still lost somewhere in the depths of that memory, slowly looks up at her. No, he says, his voice quiet, almost raw. Then, a genuine, almost gentle smile slowly spreads across his face, a true rarity for the usually stoic, hardened warrior. I really like it, he admits, his eyes soft, vulnerable. You can call me that from now on. It's like sharing a precious piece of his lost self. Soul looks at him, a flicker of deep understanding in her ancient, knowing eyes. This, Ray, is somehow different from the Aaron, or even the Raven she's come to know. A small, knowing smile touches her lips. She sees the vulnerability, the raw humanity he just allowed her, perhaps only her, to glimpse. You truly are different, Ray, she says, the new name feeling surprisingly natural on her tongue. Different from all the other Pendragons I've known, until now. Her smile widens, genuinely pleased by this newfound, deeper connection. Ray returns her smile, a quiet, profound understanding passing between them in that shared moment. For just a brief instant, the immense weight of their respective, lonely burdens seems just a little bit lighter. Soul seems content, a subtle, unfamiliar warmth now present in her usually aloof, distant demeanor. This bond between them is clearly evolving in ways neither of them might have ever expected. Then, Soul speaks again, her voice carrying a different, heavier weight, as if she's about to reveal something deeply personal, something ancient. Alex, she says, the name echoing softly in the quiet room. She gazes off into the distance, a wistful, faraway look on her beautiful face. The first Pendragon. She murmurs, seemingly lost in a memory from a distant, forgotten past. It seems like your promise will finally be fulfilled. Her words aren't for Ray, but are directed to that ancient memory, to Alex, hinting at some profound, age-old vow that Ray's arrival, his very existence, might finally bring to fruition. The scene shifts abruptly, the sharp sound of powerful wings beating the air fills the silence. News is traveling, carried on the wind, fast and far. A messenger hawk, a leather satchel emblazoned with the unmistakable Pendragon crest strapped securely to its back, soars high through the vast, open sky, carrying bundles of important-looking parchments. It flies tirelessly over land and sea, dropping scrolls that unfurl dramatically as they fall, each one revealing the same momentous declaration. The Pendragons have made the pact with the dragon once again. The electrifying announcement ripples outwards, spreading like wildfire across the land, soon reaching every remote village and bustling city in every corner of the empire. People all across the land are receiving the news. One man reads the scroll, a thoughtful, considering expression on his face. The Pendragons. He muses to himself. That's good. That's very good. Elsewhere, two rugged-looking men on horseback are discussing the news. The Pendragons, huh? One says with a smirk. They've got territory like a small empire, but I hear they only have about 5 knights left. If this all goes well for them, we might be able to snag some land, maybe even a noble title out of it. They sound like opportunistic mercenaries, always looking for an easy score. They turn to someone younger riding quietly with them. What do you think, boy? The armored one asks, a rough grin on his weathered face. The boy they address is cloaked and masked, only his piercing, intense purple eyes visible. A single, dark feather hangs from one earring. He remains completely silent, his gaze fixed, unreadable and unsettling. The news even reaches the crowded, bustling port towns, where ships from distant, foreign lands come and go, carrying whispers and rumors along with their valuable cargo. In a sunlit, well-appointed room, a man with a sharp, intelligent face and a surprisingly muscular build studies one of the official announcements. So, it's not just the dragon, he notes, tapping the parchment thoughtfully. He's also got demons and the Ancona orcs following him too. A thoughtful, almost predatory smile touches his lips. Pendragon. He murmurs to himself, a dangerous glint in his eyes. I am quite interested in you. This man clearly sees far more than just a resurgent noble house. He sees opportunity, or perhaps, a challenge. Meanwhile, in what looks like a powerful seat of government, the news hits like an absolute thunderbolt. That Pendragon actually made a pact with the dragon? Someone exclaims in stunned disbelief. This is... Are we no different from clowns now? An older nobleman, perhaps a rival duke or some other high-ranking official, roars furiously from his ornate, throne-like chair, clearly infuriated by this unexpected, game-changing shift in power. I can't even rest now, he fumes, his face red with anger. Standing before him, Luna Sirod, his daughter, and a knight look on with worried, concerned expressions. Father, she says softly, trying to calm his rising fury. Her gaze is distant, thoughtful, her mind clearly on the young Pendragon who was once her fiancé. Eren, she thinks, the name carrying a complex, tangled mix of curiosity, and perhaps a touch of apprehension for her family's old, now suddenly powerful, rival. The scene cuts abruptly, transitioning sharply to somewhere much darker, much more sinister. A hand, adorned with several ornate, expensive-looking rings, appears out of the oppressive darkness, conjuring swirling, malevolent purple flames. The air crackles with a palpable, sinister energy. The eerie purple light illuminates another of the Pendragon announcements. Pendragon, a voice reads aloud, cold, menacing, and utterly devoid of warmth. We see the face of a bearded man, a cruel, self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. For the world we want to create, he begins, his tone dripping with dark, dangerous ambition. The hooded figure, whose hand conjured the sinister purple flames, echoes his master's chilling sentiment. For the world we want to create. You are a nuisance. And with that final, damning word, the scroll erupts in violent, consuming purple fire, instantly disintegrating into nothing but ash. The purple flames crackle and spit viciously, a clear and terrifying symbol of their destructive, murderous intent towards Eren and everything he now represents. The bearded man grins, a chillingly eager, almost hungry light in his eyes. Then, he says, his voice a low, dangerous growl, let me take care of it. The two dark figures sit across from each other, the pulsating purple flame illuminating their shadowy, clandestine meeting. But their ominous conversation is about to be dramatically interrupted as a massive, horned silhouette looms into view from the darkness below them. The hooded figure smirks, completely unfazed by the sudden, monstrous appearance. I was waiting for you, he says, his voice smooth, confident, and utterly devoid of fear. The Empire's mad dog. The Demon Corp commander. Tu Van Baltai. And there he is, the infamous commander himself, a veritable mountain of a man, clad in brutal, terrifying armor, seated atop a monstrous, snarling wolf-like beast. This is the man who betrayed Raven, the man who killed the original Eren. A savage, knowing, and utterly terrifying leer spreads across Baltai's scarred, brutal face. His very presence radiates immense danger and a long, bloody history of violence. The architect of Raven's past suffering, the monster from his nightmares, has just stepped onto the board. A new day starts at the Pendragon estate, and with it, the usual morning routines, though everything now feels touched by ancient magic and the hint of coming conflict. Lindsay, already looking the part of her new station in a fine gown, greets Aaron with a graceful curtsy, her voice soft as she wishes him a good day. Aaron, dressed in a loose, comfortable shirt, is tying back his long blonde hair. He thanks Lindsay with a touch of warmth, and she looks at him, a gentle question in her eyes about where he might be heading so early. A determined glint sparks in Aaron's eyes as a slight smirk plays on his lips. He tells her he's off to the Barinto Gateway, explaining that he needs to recruit some soldiers, his plans to bolster the Pendragon forces already well underway. The scene shifts to the imposing stone walls of the Barinto Gateway, a formidable fortress that guards a key entrance to the Pendragon lands. This is where the future of their cavalry and perhaps their duchy will be forged. Inside the dusty training grounds, Knight Killian is absolutely raging. He bellows at a group of utterly exhausted recruits, demanding to know where all their energy has vanished after only an hour, his mustache practically quivering with indignation at their sorry state. The recruits are clearly struggling, sweat pouring down their faces, their arms trembling as they try to hold heavy training logs. They're completely out of their depth, pushed far beyond their limits. Killian continues his furious tirade, pacing back and forth before the suffering men. He shouts that they'll never make it as Pendragon Knights if they keep this up, just as the recruits groan and collapse under the brutal strain. Aaron arrives, taking in the chaotic scene with a calm, appraising expression. Killian, noticing his lord, immediately snaps to attention, stammering a greeting. Aaron gives a slight nod, acknowledging the harsh training and asking how the newbies' fundamentals are shaping up. Killian lets out a weary sigh, a look of pure exasperation on his face. He explains that while the new recruits claim they want to be knights, he's afraid most of them are all talk and no real determination, gesturing dismissively at the struggling group. Aaron looks over the worn-out recruits, his expression thoughtful. He muses that since this is their first time recruiting so many at once, it's only natural they'd be picky about quality, emphasizing that they absolutely need the best. A knowing smirk touches Aaron's lips as he claps a hand on Killian's shoulder. He reminds his cavalry leader that whipping these recruits into shape is precisely his job, and Killian's face instantly lights up, a renewed sense of purpose sparking in his eyes. Killian turns back to the recruits, his voice booming with fresh, invigorated vigor. He roars that the Lord is expecting great things from them, and if they understand, they better drive this lesson into their bodies, even if they have to crawl today, promising he'll make them members of Pendragon's cavalry if they just follow his instructions. The recruits, however, are far less inspired, muttering resentfully amongst themselves about the mustache guy and his yelling, some even questioning his authority since he was beaten by their lord, while others grudgingly admit the training is intensely effective. Killian lets out another weary sigh as Aaron watches on. Killian laments that it's always like this lately. New recruits make a big fuss about joining their long-desired cavalry, but they just lack the essential grit and determination. Aaron's gaze turns distant, his thoughts drifting to the much larger, shadowy threats looming on the horizon. Images flash through his mind. Baltai, the dark dragon Amelheart, the cryptic talk of demon and dragon gods, and he knows deep down that everything is somehow connected, those auras, and what those 6 dragons had said. His eyes narrow with steely resolve as he watches an orc easily disarm a struggling recruit during training. He thinks to himself that he doesn't know what tricks his enemies will pull, so he absolutely must strengthen his cavalry. He needs to prepare them thoroughly for the inevitable battles ahead. Nearby, in a curious contrast to the harsh training, Kritol the orc shaman sits patiently reading his books, with young Mia Pendragon dozing peacefully on his lap, a small island of peace amidst the intense preparations for war. Aaron's attention is suddenly drawn upwards by the distinct sound of powerful wings beating the air. A majestic griffin circles high above the fortress walls, its sharp cries echoing down into the courtyard. More griffins appear, landing gracefully on the battlements where Sol stands in her human form, looking out over the landscape. They are magnificent creatures, pure white with golden-tipped wings, clearly her attendants, her own guard. Eren observes them, noting internally that Sol has indeed left Rei, her ancient lair, and is now actively moving with him. He figures these impressive griffins must be her underlings. He watches Sol among her griffins, noticing a subtle but definite change in her demeanor. He muses with a faint smile that nowadays, it really seems like she's having a lot more fun, as if her centuries of lonely isolation are finally beginning to lift. Sol looks up at the vast sky, a thoughtful, almost wistful expression on her beautiful face, as if pondering new possibilities, new beginnings. A gentle breeze ruffles her silver hair as she stands there, a figure of immense ancient power, now perhaps finding a new sense of purpose, a new connection to the world. Suddenly, Sol's clear voice calls out, carried on the wind, "Hey! Hey, Rei!" Eren turns from his observations, calling back to ask what she needs. From her vantage point on the wall, Sol announces that knights have arrived, and indeed, a small group of riders can be seen approaching the gateway. Killian steps forward to meet the new arrivals. 3 figures dismount, one clad in full, gleaming armor, another bare-chested and heavily muscled, and the third completely cloaked and masked, an aura of mystery clinging to them. The 3 newcomers stand with an air of undeniable confidence, perhaps even a touch of arrogance. The armored man, Reed Pollock, has a neat goatee and a self-assured stance. The muscular man, Barrio Lutton, carries a massive sword casually slung across his back. The cloaked figure remains silent, an enigma. One of the Pendragon recruits whispers excitedly to another that those are unaffiliated knights, his companion looking intrigued by the term. The first recruit explains with clear admiration that these are warriors who rely solely on their own skill with their weapons, traveling the world, known to be experienced and fierce. His friend figures they must have heard about the Pendragon's revival and come to join their ranks. Killian addresses the newcomers with formal politeness, introducing himself as Mark Killian, captain of the Pendragon household's White Dragon Cavalry, and inquires as to where they've come from. The armored man, Reed Pollock, steps forward, declaring himself an unaffiliated knight from Evandel, who has been wandering the world in search of a worthy master to serve. The muscular man, Barrio Lutton, grins broadly, his voice booming as he states he's looking for a place with worthy opponents, whether for practice or for real, bloody combat. Killian then turns his attention to the silent, cloaked figure, a hint of suspicion now coloring his tone as he asks who he might be. The figure's piercing purple eyes gleam from beneath the deep hood, and a curt, muffled reply comes back. He has no intention of telling them his name. Killian is visibly taken aback by this blatant rudeness, his mustache twitching with surprise and growing irritation. Barrio Lutton lets out a hearty laugh, clapping the cloaked figure on the shoulder as if it's all a big joke, explaining that the mysterious one has always been like this and that even they don't know his name. Reed adds they just met him on the road and decided to travel together since their destination was the same. Killian recovers, though he still looks slightly annoyed by the whole exchange. He manages a somewhat strained acknowledgement and asks if he can assume they wish to serve the Pendragons. Barrio confirms this loudly, puffing out his chest with pride. Reed elaborates that they heard the Pendragons lacked a head knight, so they intend to become the sword that strengthens the cavalry, expecting fame and riches in return for their services. Their motives are refreshingly, if arrogantly, clear. Barrio then declares grandly, striking a dramatic pose alongside Reed, that they will rescue the Pendragons from the crisis of having a weak cavalry, adding that there's no need to bother training the new soldiers anymore. Killian's face instantly darkens, his eyes narrowing to dangerous slits, a fiery aura practically emanating from him. He is clearly, deeply insulted by their overwhelming arrogance and their casual dismissal of his hard training efforts. That's it. A calm voice cuts sharply through the rising tension. Eren steps forward, a practiced sword resting casually on his shoulder, a calm yet undeniably challenging look on his face. Eren addresses the newcomers, a confident, almost amused smile playing on his lips. He tells them that as unaffiliated knights who rely on nothing but themselves, their attitude isn't necessarily wrong, if they truly have the strength to back it up. Killian looks at Eren, clearly surprised by his lord's calm intervention, unsure what to make of this unexpected turn. Aaron's smile turns a bit sharper, his gaze piercing as he adds a crucial qualifier, that their attitude is only acceptable if they actually possess the strength they boast of. The challenge has been subtly, yet unmistakably, set. Aaron then orders Killian to spar with them, gesturing towards Barrio and Reed. The three unaffiliated knights stand ready, while Killian faces them, the entire crowd of recruits watching with bated breath. Killian looks surprised for just a split second, then a determined, almost eager grin spreads across his face. He understands perfectly, ready to put these arrogant newcomers firmly in their place. Barrio laughs uproariously, drawing his massive sword with a flourish. He roars his understanding as he and Killian charge at each other, their blades clashing with a deafening, metallic clang that echoes through the training yard. The recruits watch the unfolding duel with nervous apprehension, muttering amongst themselves about whether the mustache guy will be okay against such a huge and strong-looking opponent. Barrio comes at Killian with ferocious, untamed intensity, swinging his huge blade wildly, while Killian meets his onslaught with focused skill and a deadly serious expression, parrying and dodging with precision. Then, with a swift, entirely unexpected move, Killian expertly disarms Barrio, sending his enormous sword clattering uselessly to the ground. Barrio is caught completely off guard, frozen in disbelief. Barrio grunts, staring down at his trembling, now empty hand in shock. He clearly, foolishly underestimated the mustache guy. Reed Pollock, watching from the side, looks absolutely shocked by this sudden turn of events. Killian, wasting no time, turns to him, his blade held at the ready, issuing a silent but clear challenge. Reed grits his teeth, quickly drawing his own sword, muttering a curse under his breath as he realizes this fight won't be nearly as easy as he thought. Reed lunges with a powerful, desperate cry, and a flurry of rapid blows erupts as he and Killian engage in a fierce, lightning-fast exchange, sparks flying wildly from their clashing blades. Their swords lock in a screech of metal, the immense strain evident on both their faces as they push against each other. Killian's years of experience and refined technique are being pitted against Reed's desperate, furious assault. With a skillful, powerful twist of his wrist, Killian shatters Reed's blade near the hilt, the broken pieces of steel spinning uselessly through the air. Reed stumbles back, disarmed and decisively defeated, his broken sword clattering to the ground beside Barrio's. Killian stands victorious over both of them, breathing steadily. The recruits erupt in a massive cheer, absolutely amazed by Killian's incredible display of skill against the supposedly fierce and experienced unaffiliated knights. One exclaims that the mustache guy is amazing, his earlier doubts completely vanishing, while another murmurs in awe, finally realizing just how strong their captain truly is. Killian, looking understandably pleased with himself, turns to Aaron with a proud thumbs up, about to comment on their strength, but Aaron cuts him off with a pragmatic order. They're short-handed, so take them. His decision is swift. Strength is strength, even if it comes packaged with a healthy dose of arrogance. Aaron then turns his full attention to the silent, cloaked figure, who has been observing everything with an unnerving, almost unsettling stillness, two swords strapped neatly to his back. "Hey," Aaron calls out, a slight, challenging smile on his face. "Don't you want to have a try?" The cloaked figure simply, and dismissively, replies that he's not interested. Killian and the recruits are visibly shocked by this blatant, outright disrespect towards their lord. Killian's mind races, his anger flaring at the audacity. Aaron, however, remains completely unfazed, his calm smile unwavering. He asks again, pleasantly if that's so, and then inquires about the figure's name. The cloaked figure retorts just as coldly that he has no interest whatsoever in telling him that, his purple eyes glinting dismissively from the shadows of his hood. Killian has finally had enough. His eyes blaze with pure, unadulterated fury, his teeth bared in a silent snarl. This level of insolence simply cannot, and will not, be tolerated. "Be bastard!" Killian absolutely roars, his patience completely shattered, his voice echoing with righteous anger. He shouts, demanding to know how dare he treat the Lord like this, grabbing the cloaked figure roughly by the shoulder, demanding to know the meaning of this outrageous disrespect. Then, in a flash of movement almost too fast for the eye to follow, the cloaked figure twists with impossible grace, grabs Killian, and effortlessly flips him clean through the air. Killian cries out in pain and surprise as he hits the ground hard, dust erupting around him. The cloaked figure lands lightly on his feet, while Eren and the recruits can only stare in stunned, disbelieving silence. Killian, dazed and utterly confused, looks at the torn piece of cloak still clutched tightly in his hand, having absolutely no idea what just happened or how. The recruits are aghast, stammering in disbelief about what they just witnessed, completely shocked that someone just sent their formidable captain flying. Even Eren looks mildly surprised by the sheer, raw speed and undeniable power. Eren's eyes narrow, a predatory, dangerous glint appearing within them. He thinks to himself that it's just as he suspected. His initial assessment of this mysterious cloaked figure was spot on. A fierce, almost hungry grin spreads across Eren's face. That man, he realizes with a jolt of excitement, is incredibly strong. The cloaked figure stands calmly, casually dusting himself off, seemingly completely unfazed by the fact that he just unceremoniously threw the Pendragon cavalry captain. Eren's mind is instantly made up. He wants him, he declares internally with absolute certainty. He needs him in his cavalry. A close-up on the mysterious figure's face reveals nothing but those unreadable purple eyes and the stark detail of the feather earring against his dark attire. He is an enigma, a clear powerhouse, and Eren is now more determined than ever to recruit him, no matter what it takes. Killian finally manages to get to his feet, looking utterly bewildered and more than a little humiliated, while the knight just stands there, an aura of quiet, almost dangerous confidence radiating from him. He's clearly on a whole different level. "Be bastard!" Killian splutters, still reeling from being so easily manhandled. But Eren's voice cuts in, sharp and clear, ordering Killian to stop. Eren steps forward, picking up a practice sword from the rack. The polished blade gleams in the light as he faces the unnamed knight, a silent, potent challenge passing between them in that single, loaded moment. A confident smirk plays on Eren's lips. "It's my turn now," he announces, his eyes locked firmly on his opponent. He's not just here to test the knight's strength, he's asserting his own dominance, showing everyone who's really in charge. The entire training ground falls deathly silent, every recruit and knight watching with bated breath, their eyes glued to the two figures. Eren and the mysterious knight stand opposite each other, the very air crackling with unspoken anticipation. The unnamed knight looks down at Eren, his expression unreadable but carrying a subtle air of superiority. He asks calmly if Eren really wants to fight him. Eren just meets his gaze as if to say, "Of course, who else would I be challenging?" Eren raises his practice sword, his smile unwavering, almost teasing. He taunts the stoic knight lightly, asking if he's uncomfortable with the idea of being the little prince's sparring partner. The knight's expression remains impassive, those piercing purple eyes narrowing just a fraction. He says nothing, but there's a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in his stance. He's considering Eren's challenge. Then, with a swift, nearly invisible movement, the knight draws one of his swords. The blade is sharp, clearly utilitarian, and looks incredibly deadly. He points the very tip of his sword directly at Eren's head, a clear, unambiguous, and incredibly bold gesture. The watching recruits gasp in unison, shocked by his sheer audacity. Eren's smirk only widens. He recognizes the signal instantly. "A duel!" He muses aloud, pointing your blade towards the opponent's head. Isn't that how the Knights of Valva's signal a duel? A flicker of something, surprise, perhaps even recognition, crosses the unnamed knight's eyes for a fleeting moment. He remains silent, but it's clear Eren has struck a nerve. Killian and a nearby recruit look on, utterly stunned by this revelation. Killian exclaims in disbelief, "The Valva's Cavalier?" And the bewildered recruit immediately asks who on earth they are. Killian quickly explains, his voice now filled with a mixture of awe and perhaps a little fear. He tells them that a long time ago, in the chaotic south where various countries were constantly at war, there was a land of unending carnage. The cavalry from that brutal place, he says, are called the Valva's Cavalier, as an image of fierce, cloaked warriors battling relentlessly flashes past. Because they were raised in such a harsh, unforgiving environment, Killian continues, these Valva's Cavaliers are mighty warriors, each said to possess the strength of 1,000 ordinary knights. An image of a lone Valva's knight standing atop a pile of defeated foes emphasizes his words. They don't even fear death, he adds, and they are like sharp, unwavering swords for their chosen master. But they are mostly just legends, figures heard of only in rumors around here, Killian finishes, his gaze fixed intently on the mysterious knight. He admits it's his first time ever seeing one in person. The legend has literally walked into their training yard. Reed Pollock, also watching the tense standoff, turns to Killian, asking how the Lord could possibly know about such an obscure and dangerous order of knights. Aaron's expression is knowing, almost smug. He understood with just a single glance. He thinks to himself, his past life as Ravenvault providing him with a depth of knowledge few could ever possess. His appearance and that distinct southern accent, Aaron continues his internal assessment, and of course, the long and short swords he carries, all these details paint a very clear, very specific picture for him. A memory suddenly surfaces, Ravenvault, back in his Demon Core days, fighting a similarly cloaked, dual-wielding warrior in a snowy, desolate forest. He remembers thinking that his opponent then was exactly like a Valva's knight. Aaron recalls even more details about them. They often carry a mace and a shield in their saddle, and even a crossbow. These are warriors prepared for any and every kind of circumstance. The Valva's Cavalier, Aaron says aloud, his voice resonating with his deep understanding. They never bow their heads towards anyone but their chosen masters. The unnamed knight looks at Aaron, a flicker of what might be respect in his eyes for Aaron's accurate knowledge. Aaron continues, stating that even the Emperor himself can't make the Valva's knights bow down. They rely only on their own strength and techniques, and they are fiercely, incredibly proud. Aaron meets the knight's intense gaze, his own unwavering. He asks if it's true that the knight has come all the way to the Pendragons to find a master he can finally swing his blade for. The knight's distinctive feather earring sways slightly as he silently considers Aaron's words, Aaron's challenge. "You are mistaken," the knight finally replies, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. "I am not interested in that. I was only led here by the stars." Reed and Barrio look completely and utterly baffled by this cryptic answer. Barrio stammers out a confused, stars. The knight glances dismissively at Reed and Barrio, stating that he was only with them because they happened to give him some water, effectively severing any perceived connection between them. Aaron listens intently, a thoughtful expression on his face. Aaron nods slowly. That fits, he thinks. The people of Valvas are traditionally people of the sea. Celestial navigation and access to potable water would be absolutely indispensable for them. The mention of stars and water fits the profile perfectly. Aaron points his practiced sword directly at the knight. "Your astrology was right," he declares, a challenging, almost knowing glint in his eyes. The knight just looks back, a silent question mark in his posture. "You were led here," Aaron continues, his voice ringing with absolute confidence, "to me, Aaron Pendragon." The knight's expression remains perfectly stoic, but there's a new, undeniable intensity in his gaze as he listens to Aaron's bold, almost arrogant claim. "And you know it," Aaron adds, their eyes locking in a silent, powerful battle of wills. The knight knows, deep down, that Aaron sees right through him, understands him in a way very few ever could. The Valva's knight slowly, deliberately draws his second, shorter sword, his movements fluid, precise, and economical. For a Valva's knight, he begins to explain, things like status, money, bloodlines and such. He slots the shorter sword into a ready, comfortable grip. They are just useless things. His core philosophy is stark and clear, only strength and unwavering purpose truly matter. He stands ready, his dual blades gleaming menacingly in the light, the very embodiment of deadly skill and unshakable resolve. "If you want me, then bet your life on it," the Valva's knight states, his voice cold, hard, and absolute. If you lose this, you will die. The stakes are now terrifyingly clear. This is no mere spar, this is a fight for keeps. Aaron's smirk widens, completely unfazed by the lethal threat. I know, he replies calmly, his own practice sword held steady and ready. I know exactly how fighting works with Valva's knights. He's faced their kind before, and he's survived. The crowd of recruits and knights watches, frozen, the tension between the two combatants so thick it's almost visible, almost suffocating. Two immense, dangerous presences are about to collide. Reed Pollock observes Aaron's stance critically. He notes that while Aaron's posture is natural enough, his sword looks like that of a common soldier's. He wonders why on earth Aaron is using that against such a clearly deadly opponent. Then, with a sudden, explosive burst of speed, Aaron lunges forward, his foot kicking up a cloud of dust from the dry training ground. He swings his practice sword in a swift, incredibly powerful arc, aiming it directly for the Valva's knight. Killian, Reed, and Barrio gasp in unison, completely shocked by Aaron's sudden, blinding speed. Killian can only exclaim, "So fast!" But the Valva's knight's eyes are cold, utterly unimpressed. Slow, he thinks dismissively, already anticipating Aaron's move. With incredible, lightning-fast reflexes, the Valva's knight meets Aaron's attack head-on, his twin blades flashing like silver light as they intercept the incoming practice sword. Steel rings sharply against steel as their weapons clash violently, sparks flying in all directions. The sheer force of the impact is palpable, sending a shockwave through the stunned onlookers. Aaron clicks his tongue in clear annoyance as the Valva's knight expertly deflects his powerful blow, forcing him to take a step back. The Valva's knight immediately presses his advantage, his movements becoming a terrifying blur of deadly precision, forcing Aaron onto the defensive. One of the Valva's knight's blades slices upwards with lethal intent, aimed to kill. But then, the knight's eyes widen slightly in surprise. Aaron isn't where he expected him to be, not where he should be. Aaron has somehow dodged the lethal blow, twisting impossibly in midair, and is already launching a fierce counterattack, his practice sword whistling dangerously through the air towards the knight. The Valva's knight brings his arm up just in the nick of time, the practice sword grazing his forearm, drawing a spurt of dark blood. Aaron winces as the Valva's knight's shorter blade flashes past his own face, missing him by mere inches, but still managing to nick his cheek, drawing blood. The danger in this fight is very, very real. The fight instantly becomes a breathtaking whirlwind of motion, blades clashing and ringing, feints and parries executed with incredible speed and almost inhuman skill. Neither fighter is giving an inch. They break apart for a brief moment, circling each other warily, the sheer intensity of their duel captivating every single person watching. Killian, Reed, Barrio, and another nearby recruit just stare, their mouths agape, completely and utterly awestruck by the sheer, unbelievable level of combat they are witnessing. Barrio stammers out, "Douch, what the hell just happened?" Reed adds that it all happened far too quickly for him to follow. One of the recruits turns to Killian, desperately asking what just happened, but Killian can only manage a dumbfounded, speechless. Aaron stands, a slight trickle of blood running down his cheek from the knight's near miss. He admits with a grim smile that the knight almost got him, then turns to his opponent, remarking that his attack normally works against dual wielders. The Valva's knight replies, his voice perfectly even, analyzing Aaron's technique with cold, detached precision. He notes how Aaron used the shorter sword in his left hand to break his balance, and then countered while dodging. Aaron touches the cut on his cheek. He acknowledges the knight's incredible skill, admitting that if he hadn't been able to dodge in that split second, his head would have been sent flying. "You are strong," he states, a clear note of respect in his voice. The Valva's knight stands firm, his twin blades held steady and ready, his expression completely unchanged despite the bleeding cut on his arm. He is truly a formidable, terrifying warrior. "Who the hell are you?" the Valva's knight finally asks, a hint of genuine, grudging curiosity now in his voice. He asks if Aaron is really just some spoiled noble brat, clearly unable to reconcile Aaron's noble appearance with his savage, brutal fighting skill. Aaron's smile is enigmatic, almost secretive. I am the same as you, he replies, a silent, unspoken understanding passing between them. The Valva's knight just looks back, a silent question still in his eyes. I've killed a lot of beings, Aaron states, his voice low, serious, and heavy, his gaze distant as if seeing ghosts from his past. Demons? People. The single, stark word hangs heavy in the suddenly chilled air, a grim testament to his brutal past as Raven Vault. The Valva's knight listens intently, his expression still unreadable, but he clearly senses the undeniable, chilling truth in Aaron's stark words. Not indiscriminately, of course, Aaron clarifies, his voice still low, but in order to survive. He then turns the question back on the knight. You. A predatory, dangerous glint returns to Aaron's eyes. I smell the same scent. Coming from you. He recognizes a kindred spirit, a fellow survivor forged and hardened in the unforgiving crucible of constant, brutal battle. The Valva's knight's eyes widen, almost imperceptibly. Aaron's words have clearly struck a deep, resonant chord within him. He understands. He knows. A slow, almost feral grin begins to spread across the Valva's knight's face, revealing surprisingly sharp, canine-like teeth. He, too, recognizes the unmistakable scent of a killer, of a survivor. He tightens his grip on his twin swords, the numerous old scars on his hands a silent testament to countless battles fought and won. The fight is far from over. It has just entered a new, far more dangerous, and perhaps even more exhilarating phase. Killian, Reed, and Barrio look on, completely stunned, their minds reeling. They can all sense the sudden, palpable shift in the atmosphere, the chilling, almost terrifying intensity now radiating between the two combatants. Aaron smirks, seeing the undeniable change in his opponent. He observes that the knight is using both of his hands now, and asks if that means he's finally taking this fight seriously. The Valva's knight's grin widens, his eyes blazing with a wild, untamed light. Nameless Valva's berserker cavalier. He roars, his true, savage nature finally unleashed. The very air itself seems to vibrate with the raw power of his battle cry. Elsewhere on the sprawling Pendragon grounds, a massive, earth-shaking Orsishyon rips through the otherwise peaceful air. Karda, the Ancona chieftain, is clearly being disturbed from his nap. Karda grumbles to himself that it's far too noisy and he can't possibly get any sleep like this. Kratul, the wise shaman, with little Mia Pendragon perched comfortably on his broad shoulder, observes calmly that it sounds like some sort of quarreling is going on. The trio approaches the training yard, where Killian is looking on with a deeply worried expression. Karda calls out, asking what on earth they're all doing, as the unmistakable, sharp sounds of clashing steel fill the air. Mia and the two orcs look on, their expressions quickly shifting from curiosity to outright surprise as they take in the chaotic scene unfolding before them. They see Aaron and the Valva's cavalier locked in a furious, desperate exchange of blows, swords flashing like lightning, the sheer intensity of the fight radiating outwards, making the very air hum. Even Kratul, with Mia still on his shoulders, can only mutter, "What the hell?" The duel is an absolute whirlwind of motion, with blue energy arcing around their blades as they clash and parry with blinding, almost unbelievable speed. This is clearly a fight between two true masters of their deadly craft. The Valva's cavalier's eyes are wide, a feral, almost terrifying grin plastered across his face. He's fully embracing his berserker nature now, fighting with pure, unadulterated, savage aggression. Aaron meets his raw ferocity with cold, calculated skill, his own eyes narrowed in intense concentration, pushing back hard against the relentless onslaught. Mia, looking down from Kratul's shoulder, asks with wide-eyed innocence who on earth that incredibly skilled swordsman is. Karda replies, his own eyes wide with astonishment, that the stranger is somehow on par with their lord. Killian, sweating profusely, can only exclaim that he wants to ask the same question, utterly baffled by the stranger's immense power. Aaron suddenly unleashes a powerful, lightning-fast strike, the very air itself seeming to bend and warp around his practiced sword as it whistles towards its target. The Valva's cavalier meets it head-on with his own blade, the brutal impact sending shockwaves through the ground, rattling the teeth of everyone watching. The two warriors continue their deadly, mesmerizing dance, a blur of constant movement and the sharp, ringing song of clashing steel. Every single move is precise, every counter swift and deadly. Killian, Reed, and Barrio watch, completely captivated by the spectacle. Killian yells out, recognizing a complex feint, while Barrio exclaims his admiration for the incredible skill on display. Their swords meet again in another blinding flash of light, the deafening sound echoing across the entire training yard, a testament to the sheer force behind their blows. The Valva's knight presses his attack relentlessly, using both his long and short swords in a dizzying, almost impossible-to-follow combination of strikes. Killian grits his teeth, his knuckles white. He recognizes the extreme danger of the Valva's knight's unorthodox dual-wielding style, knowing that second sword is a constant, unpredictable threat. The Valva's knight suddenly lunges, his eyes blazing with raw killing intent. He snarls that this is the end for his grace, aiming a decisive, seemingly fight-ending blow. Eren reacts with incredible, almost inhuman agility, flipping backwards through the air in a graceful arc, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike by mere inches. He twists in midair, his long blonde hair whipping around him like a golden halo, already preparing for his next devastating move. As he descends, Eren brings his practice sword down in a powerful, sweeping arc, aimed directly at the Valva's knight's exposed side. The Valva's knight, equally agile and quick-thinking, ducks and weaves with impossible speed, the potentially crippling blow missing him by just a hair's breadth. Eren lands solidly, his expression grim. He thinks to himself that this won't be easy, acknowledging the knight's incredible skill and reflexes. They re-engage instantly, swords clashing once more, the sheer, brutal force of their blows evident to everyone watching, the sound like thunder. Killian exclaims again, struggling to keep up with the rapid, complex exchanges, wondering if that was another feint he just witnessed. The Valva's knight's eyes narrow in concentration. He anticipates Eren's move, thinking that the real attack is coming from the left. Eren's practice sword whips around with blinding speed, aimed for a critical opening he's created, but the Valva's knight is already moving to counter, anticipating the strike. Suddenly, Carta lets out a warning roar, enro. He's clearly seen something the others, even the combatants, might have missed in the heat of the moment. The Valva's knight smirks, a flash of cunning in his eyes. He declares that the attack is actually coming from the right, his true attack launched from a completely unexpected angle. Eren's hand shoots out like a viper, intercepting the Valva's knight's sword arm, his grip like a band of iron, stopping the treacherous blow. They grapple, locked in desperate close-quarters combat, the Valva's knight's deadly blade now mere inches from Eren's exposed throat. Eren grits his teeth, sweat dripping down his face, yet a strained, almost manic smile is plastered on his lips. He admits through clenched teeth that the knight is good, the pressure immense. The Valva's knight returns the strained, feral grin, sweat also beading on his own brow. He acknowledges Eren's skill in turn. Then, in a sudden, completely unexpected, and utterly unorthodox move, Eren stomps down hard with his foot. But it's Eren whose face contorts in agony. He howls in pain, the unexpected, searing agony shooting through him. My crotch! The Valva's knight, it turns out, had delivered a swift, brutal, and incredibly cheap kick straight to Eren's groin, a completely underhanded move in any formal sword duel. As Eren doubles over in blinding pain, the Valva's knight immediately seizes the opportunity, aiming another vicious strike. Eren, despite the agony, reacts instinctively, a savage grin spreading across his own face. He thinks, impressed by the dirty trick, a foot sweep. But Eren drops low, kicking the Valva's knight's legs clean out from under him with his own unexpected counter. The Valva's knight stumbles, clearly surprised by Eren's equally unconventional and dirty countermove. Eren, recovering with astonishing speed, slams his shoulder hard into the Valva's knight's midsection, sending him sprawling. Both fighters are now on the ground, panting heavily, their duel having devolved into a brutal, no-holds-barred brawl. Eren clicks his tongue, the fight still far from over. They spring back to their feet almost simultaneously, swords clashing once more with renewed, desperate ferocity. The fight is raw, unpredictable, and utterly captivating. Their faces are inches apart, teeth bared in savage snarls, sweat flying as they pour every last ounce of their strength and skill into this brutal, life-or-death struggle. Carta, Kratol, and Mia watch from the sidelines, completely engrossed, almost mesmerized by the raw, brutal spectacle unfolding before them. Reed Pollock, his earlier arrogance completely stripped away, can only stare in awe, muttering what a fight it is. Barrio Lutton adds, his voice hushed, that he doesn't even know which one of them is the real monster anymore. Mia turns to Carta, who has a bead of sweat trickling down his own face, and asks innocently if Carta thinks he could win against that human. Carta remains tellingly silent, his expression grim. Killian shudders, vividly remembering his brief, utterly humiliating encounter with the Valva's Knight. He thinks with a wave of profound relief that he actually tried to fight that guy, and thanks his lucky stars he didn't really get the chance, knowing he would have been utterly, completely destroyed. Eren grins, his eyes blazing with a wild, manic light. He taunts his opponent, asking if he should teach him the true weakness of dual wielding, clearly preparing another unconventional move. The Valva's Knight meets his gaze, a challenging smirk playing on his own lips. He asks what it is, completely ready for whatever dirty trick Eren throws at him next. Eren suddenly drops his practiced sword and, in a shocking move, scoops up a handful of dirt and dust from the ground. With a swift, practiced motion, Eren throws the handful of sand directly into the Valva's Knight's momentarily unprotected face. The Valva's Knight's eyes widen in shock and sudden, stinging pain as the grit hits him square in the face. Carta exclaims, instantly recognizing the dirty, underhanded tactic, sand. Mia adds, with surprising perception, that Eren must have picked some up when he fell earlier. The Valva's Knight clicks his tongue in clear frustration, momentarily blinded and disoriented by the unexpected assault. He kicks out instinctively, trying to create some distance, to get some breathing room to clear his eyes. Eren immediately uses the opening, lunging forward with his practiced sword aimed true, ready to end the fight. The Valva's Knight, despite the stinging sand in his eyes, reacts with incredible, almost supernatural speed, his senses honed by countless life-or-death battles. He drops one of his swords, his hand instinctively going to it, a blur of motion. Eren's attack lands, but it's not the decisive, fight-ending blow he'd clearly hoped for. The Valva's Knight, though surprised and momentarily disadvantaged, is still very much in the fight. Carta is aghast, exclaiming how the knight dropped his sword with such timing. Killian shouts that he must have dropped his weapon because he was exhausted and that this is bad, thinking the Valva's Knight is finally faltering. But the Valva's Knight grins savagely, his eyes beginning to clear. He snarls that the attack is actually coming from the right, reaching for something hidden. Counter! He roars, a hidden dagger suddenly flashing in his hand as he lunges at Eren with renewed ferocity. Eren, clearly caught off guard by this unexpected third weapon, can only react defensively, his own practiced sword and the Valva's Knight's remaining sword already engaged and locked. The deadly dagger slices through the air towards Eren, aimed for a killing blow, glinting menacingly. The onlookers stare in horror, frozen in place, as the fight takes yet another deadly, unpredictable turn. Even Carta and Kratol are visibly shocked by the Valva's Knight's ruthless adaptability and his willingness to use any means necessary. The Valva's Knight pants heavily, blood now dripping from a fresh cut on his neck where Eren's practiced sword must have grazed him despite his desperate counter. The hidden dagger trick didn't land as perfectly as he'd hoped. Eren, also panting hard, touches his own side, a grimace of pain flashing across his face. He's likely been nicked by the dagger. He admits, looking at his practiced sword, that knights from Valva's sure are strong, and that if he didn't have this particular sword, maybe he wouldn't have been able to win, implying the less lethal practiced sword forced a different, perhaps more strategic, kind of fight. The Valva's Knight is also breathing heavily, his chest heaving, sweat and blood trickling down his face, matting his dark hair. The sheer intensity of the fight has clearly taken a massive toll on both of them. Aaron looks at the Valva's knight with a strange, almost unreadable mix of respect and something else entirely. He says, almost to himself, that his sword saved him so many times before, perhaps out of love. It's a cryptic, almost poignant statement, hinting at the deep, intensely personal connection a true warrior has with his means of survival. The Valva's knight is clearly exhausted now, sweat and blood dripping freely, his formidable, almost demonic energy finally waning. His remaining sword clatters heavily to the ground. He can no longer hold it, his strength is spent. He collapses to his knees, physically defeated but his spirit still unbowed. Aaron stands over him, the clear victor of this brutal, savage, no-holds-barred duel. Aaron looks down at the kneeling, panting warrior. The Valva's knight, his voice raspy but firm, addresses him as Aaron Pendragon, acknowledging him as a true warrior. And as for himself, a Valva's cavalier. He raises his head, his piercing purple eyes meeting Aaron's steadily. "My name is Elkin," he declares, his voice gaining strength, finally revealing his identity. "Elkin Isla." Aaron listens, his expression unreadable, as Elkin Isla continues, pledging that from this day forward, he will become Aaron's sword, dedicated to defeating and crushing all their enemies. He has found his new master, his new purpose. The crowd of recruits, who had been watching in stunned silence, erupts into a massive cheer, witnessing the incredible, unbelievable conclusion to the fight and the pledge of unwavering loyalty from this fearsome, legendary warrior. So, he was Elkin Isla all along. The name of the legendary Valva's cavalier now has a face, a story, and he and his formidable skills now belong to the Pendragons. As Aaron turns, Killian and another recruit watch him, puzzled by the name Isla, sensing its importance to Aaron but not understanding why. The new recruits, Barrio, Reed, and Killian, try to place the name, wondering if Elkin Isla is some famous knight, but none of them have ever heard it before. One of them wonders if perhaps their lord knows him, while Aaron stands apart, deep in thought, the name Elkin Isla stirring memories from a life he lived before. Suddenly, Aaron's eyes widen with full realization. Elkin Isla, the Stormbringer, the strongest knight of Valva's from his past. He remembers this detail from his previous life, a future that was yet to unfold in this timeline. An image flashes in Aaron's mind, Elkin Isla, powerful and clad in a cape, wielding twin swords and a mace, known as the Sea Dragon King of the far south who fought countless battles for the Orangis Duchy, his fame spreading across the empire. A smirk plays on Aaron's lips. Though Elkin is unknown now, he's destined to be a hero, and securing his loyalty this early is a huge win for Aaron's plans. Exhausted from the duel, Elkin Isla slowly pushes himself up from the ground. Aaron then turns and kneels, meeting Elkin at eye level in a surprising gesture of mutual respect between warriors. Barrio, Reed, and Killian watch in astonishment, completely taken aback by their lord's humility. Aaron tells Elkin to raise his head, and as Elkin looks up, their eyes meet. Aaron explains that while Elkin is his sword and he is the lord, their roles are the only true difference between them, emphasizing a partnership. A sincere smile touches Aaron's lips as he expresses his desire for Elkin to be his companion, not just a subordinate. He gestures towards Karta, Kratul holding Mia, Killian, and even the harpy Tata in a tree, showing Elkin they are all part of his trusted circle. Elkin Isla looks at Aaron, his purple eyes wide with surprise that slowly turns into a deeper understanding of the man before him. Closing his eyes for a moment, a faint smile touches Elkin's lips before he bows his head slightly, accepting Aaron's offer. With a softer voice, Elkin admits that Aaron is indeed an interesting person. Pendragon, he finishes, acknowledging Aaron not just as a master, but as someone unique. Barrio Lutton grins, impressed, musing that Aaron Pendragon might just be capable of ruling the world, while Reed declares he too will follow him. Killian, ever practical, dryly points out Aaron didn't offer them companionship. Just then, Sol's voice drifts down from above, asking if it's over and calling out to Ray. Sol descends elegantly, flanked by her two griffin attendants, their powerful wings stirring the air around them. Reed and Barrio just stare, completely dumbfounded by the sudden and breathtaking sight of the griffins. Even Elkin Isla looks up, his usual composure broken by clear surprise as he recognizes the rare and mighty griffins. Eren simply says her name, Soul. Soul lands lightly, her majestic presence and the flanking griffins creating a truly imposing scene. The onlookers, including Killian, Reed, and Barrio, are struck silent by the sheer power and majesty before them, while Elkin remains kneeling, observing keenly. Soul regards them all, her expression calm yet radiating an undeniable, ancient power. Reed, Barrio, and Killian visibly gulp, feeling an almost crushing pressure from her presence. Barrio can't believe the pressure, and Reed wonders who on earth this woman is, to which Killian, with a mix of awe and fear, reveals she is the white dragon, Soul Drake. Barrio is shocked that this woman is a dragon, and even Killian admits he doesn't fully understand how she can take human form. Reed Pollock thoughtfully strokes his goatee, remarking on her otherworldly beauty and divine aura. Killian agrees she's beautiful but emphasizes the paralyzing fear her presence instills. Soul stands before the still kneeling Elkin and Eren, her griffins remaining vigilantly at her sides. Eren smiles and gestures towards Soul, introducing her to Elkin as his contractor, the white dragon of the Pendragons, Soul Drake. Elkin Isla stares at Soul, his expression hard to read, but it's clear he's absorbing this incredible revelation. A dragon in human form, bound to his new lord. He slowly rises to his feet, his gaze still fixed on Soul. Elkin stands respectfully before the Dragon Queen, acknowledging her immense power and station. White dragon? Elkin murmurs, then a spark of recognition as he connects her to the ruler of griffins, realizing who she must be. Soul meets his gaze, her ancient eyes holding a profound wisdom and power far beyond human understanding. Barrio exclaims how calm Elkin is in front of a dragon, but Reed figures even a Valva's warrior has his limits when facing such a being. Eren looks at Elkin with a slight, knowing smile, but Elkin flatly says, "No," then turns to Eren, telling him, "You're wrong." Eren recalls his own first encounter with Soul Drake in her dragon form in his past life, remembering the overwhelming pressure that even great strength couldn't overcome. It's not something you just get over. Looking at Elkin with fresh admiration, Eren realizes this man is truly different from anyone he's known. A genuine, admiring smile spreads across Eren's face as he remarks that Elkin Isla is indeed interesting to the very end, impressed by his extraordinary composure. Eren crosses his arms, visibly pleased with this exceptionally formidable new ally he has gained. His gaze turns to the horizon as he thinks about expanding his influence beyond his territory, seeking out other famous figures from his previous life. He begins to list them in his mind, key players he needs on his side. First, the young entrepreneur from Freedom City, Iden Dorian, whose wealth could rival entire empires, pictured dapper and surrounded by treasure. Then, the extraordinary sorceress Jean Oberlin, who built a tower in southern Valvas and created many magical tools, shown with her mystical tower and a scrying mirror. And the genius General Ivan Jeter, who united the Northern Knights with only a few hundred soldiers by the age of 20, depicted leading his troops in a snowy landscape. Eren knows his past memories are his greatest weapon, allowing him to recruit these future world shakers, but just as his determination solidifies, a sudden beeping sound cuts through his thoughts. "Ah," Eren says, turning to see Kratol, the orc shaman, holding a glowing crystal. Karda explains it's a message from the eldest. The green crystals in Kratol's hand pulse with an urgent, insistent light. Killian, curious, asks about the device, and Kratol chuckles, explaining it's a magical communication tool using a special mineral that lets them talk over distances. Karda adds that it allows them to easily speak with the eldest. Killian, intrigued by the convenience of magic, wants a closer look. Kratol closes his eyes, focusing intently on the glowing crystals as he receives the incoming message. His voice turns grave as he reports that armed humans have entered the Ancona forest. Eren, Elkin, and Soul listen with sharp attention as Kratol adds that there seem to be a few dozen soldiers among them. Everyone in the training yard turns towards Kratol, the mood instantly shifting to tense. "What?" Eren asks, his face hardening. Kratol's eyes snap open, his expression grim, as he reveals the leader of these intruders is wearing an ogre helmet. Aaron's eyes fly wide, shock and a terrifying fury dawning on his face. "An ogre helmet?" he exclaims, the words dripping with venom. Carta wonders if a human could actually subjugate an ogre to make such a helmet, while Killian, holding the crystal, notes that such a person must be incredibly strong and fearsome. Elkin Isla watches Aaron closely, a silent understanding in his eyes, sensing the profound and dangerous shift in his new lord. Aaron's hand clenches into a fist so tight his knuckles turn white, his mind racing with suppressed rage. A man who wears an ogre helmet. There's only one person like that in this world. The image of that specific helmet flashes in his mind, a sickening symbol of past betrayal and unimaginable pain. A shadowy, menacing figure wearing that horned ogre helmet looms large in his memory, a nightmare made real. The memory of Tuvan Baltai, his former commander, his betrayer, the man who murdered the original Aaron and left Raven for dead, surfaces with horrifying, sickening clarity. He sees Baltai, axe raised, ready to deliver a killing blow, an image burned into his very soul from that terrible day. The silhouette of that helmet is, for Aaron, a true harbinger of doom and suffering, a promise of violence. Aaron's face twists into a snarl of pure, unadulterated hatred, his features seeming to sharpen, his eyes blazing as he spits out the name, Baltai. A dark, furious aura explodes around Aaron, his killing intent so thick it's almost visible, causing Killian, Carta, and Kratol to recoil in shock from this terrifying transformation. Aaron's eyes glow with an icy blue light, his face a mask of pure rage, the memory of Baltai having unleashed a primal fury he can barely contain. Killian and the orcs stare, completely unnerved and frightened by this explosive, dangerous side of their lord. Aaron whirls around, his voice a deadly command, demanding Kratol tell him where Baltai is. Kratol, flustered, begins to stammer about when the message was sent. But Aaron doesn't wait for details, roaring, "Let's go!" His eyes are fixed on the distant mountains as he yells, "To the ORC village." Revenge is finally within his grasp. Meanwhile, deep within the Ancona forest, a brutal scene is already unfolding. A slain orc lies in a spreading pool of its own blood next to a broken weapon. Tuvan Baltai stands over the corpses of several orcs, his massive axe resting on his shoulder, his monstrous wolf beast snarling beside him, remarking with contempt how tough the orc pursuers were to deal with. A cruel, savage grin spreads across Baltai's scarred face as he adds, "But..." He hefts his blood-stained axe, boasting that they weren't as tough as the ogre whose skull made his helmet, his arrogance and brutality on full display. The architect of Raven's past agony is now a direct threat to his new life and allies. Tuvan Baltai glares at a tattered Pendragon announcement, his massive wolf snarling beside him as he scoffs at the name. He sneers, thinking about how the Pendragons have regained the White Dragon's power and are now building up their forces, a fact that clearly annoys him. A cruel grin spreads under Baltai's ogre helmet as he thinks how the Pendragons doing as they please with their land and strengthening their army is a real eyesore to him. Baltai sits casually on his huge wolf, surrounded by his soldiers, while a dark elf kneels before him, reporting, nearby, a magic mirror glows with an eerie purple light. The dark elf looks up, his expression grim as he delivers what seems to be unsettling news to his commander. Baltai picks up the ornate, purple-glowing magic mirror, his confident, cruel smile never wavering. A swirl of magical energy ripples across the mirror's surface, connecting him to his shadowy contact. The image of the sinister, hooded figure appears in the mirror, a dark smile playing on his lips as he greets Baltai. Baltai holds the mirror for two dark elf scouts to see, mockingly referring to the so-called might of the Empire, whose power this hooded figure represents, leaving the elves looking fearful and confused. The hooded figure in the mirror speaks with chilling confidence, promising Baltai great power as long as he has his support. An image of powerful, shadowy centaur-like warriors forms within the mirror's purple energy, as the figure promises Baltai he'll command the strongest cavalry in the world, hinting at a dark new alliance. The scene shifts to the Ancona orc village, a settlement built around a colossal, ancient tree, where Eren and his party, clad in their gear, have just arrived. Young orc children, surprisingly adorable with their tiny tusks and playful hairstyles, rush forward, their giggles filling the air. They happily swarm around Kratul, tugging at his robes and hair, crying out, "Daddy!" while Kratul, flustered but fond, tells the little ones to stop pulling his hair. Eren, in his ducal armor, alongside Killian, Karda, and Elkin, watches this unexpected scene of playful chaos unfold among the young orcs. Killian remarks to Karda, who has a small orc clinging to his back, how surprising it is to see such gentle children from the fierce orcs, comparing them to how tiger cubs look like kittens. Killian chuckles, finding the comparison apt despite the orcs' fearsome reputation. One particularly brave orc toddler, laughing happily, toddles towards Eren with its little arms outstretched. But the little orc suddenly stops dead in its tracks, its eyes widening in sheer terror. Eren, still radiating an intense, murderous aura from his thoughts of Baltai, looms over the child, his eyes cold and hard like a fearsome god of war. The chilling killing intent is still etched on Eren's face, his blue eyes glowing with an unnerving, dangerous light. The little orc lets out a terrified scream and scrambles away as fast as it can, completely scared by Eren's menacing presence, while Killian looks on with concern. Karda explains to Killian that Eren has been like this for a while, his threatening aura appearing right after he heard the news from their elder. Killian vividly recalls the moment Eren heard about the ogre helmet, thinking back to how his lord's presence felt at that time. He remembers an overwhelming, icy blue energy, almost like a dragon's aura, flaring powerfully around Eren. Karda claps Eren on the shoulder, trying to snap him out of it, telling him to stop scaring the kids, which startles Eren from his dark thoughts. Elkin Isla, always observant, watches as Karda gently tries to guide the scared orc child towards him. Elkin looks down at the small child, his own expression unreadable and still. He then awkwardly reaches out a hand towards the terrified toddler, trying to be gentle. But the child, seeing another intimidating warrior, just lets out another yelp and scurries away even faster. Elkin watches the child flee, a moment of silence passing as he stands there, his hands still slightly outstretched. Karda and Killian exchange a look, and Killian finds himself wondering if perhaps the fierce Valva's cavalier actually has a soft spot for cute things. A deep, resonant voice suddenly interrupts them, saying, "You've arrived early, new Pendragon Lord." The orc elder stands before them, a figure of ancient wisdom and authority, his eyes glowing faintly with inner power, staff in hand. Karda respectfully calls out to the elder, while Kratul explains with a laugh to a surprised Killian that this impressive orc is actually his father. The orc elder's gaze is piercing, his face weathered by many years and heavy responsibilities, with 3 green gems glowing faintly on his forehead. Sol, in her human form, stands beside Eren, her draconic presence adding a layer of solemn gravity to the meeting. The elder turns and addresses all the assembled orcs of the village with a commanding voice. Orcs begin to emerge from their tree dwellings, their eyes fixing on Sol with expressions of deep awe and reverence. "Pay respects to the forest guardian deity," the elder commands, and all the orcs immediately bow deeply before Sol. Eren and Sol stand side by side, the human lord and his powerful dragon contractor, as they receive the orcs' solemn homage. Sol then speaks telepathically to Eren, saying that her presence might hinder their discussion, so she'll rest up high, and Eren nods in agreement. Sol adds a quiet word of caution to Ray, acknowledging his anger but warning him that if he lets it sway him, he could lose himself in the process. Eren listens, his expression still grim but thoughtful. He knows she speaks the truth, yet the burning thirst for vengeance against Baltai is incredibly strong. With a powerful beat of her wings, Sol gracefully flies up to a high branch of the massive ancient tree, as the orcs below murmur in continued awe. Eren then turns to face the elder, his demeanor now more composed, though the fierce fury still simmers just beneath the surface. He bows respectfully and introduces himself, "I am called Eren Pendragon, Elder." The elder nods, recognizing him as Gordon's son, and invites him inside to talk. Eren, Karda, and Kratul sit with the elder inside a dwelling within the great tree, ready to discuss the dire situation unfolding in the forest. The elder takes a sip from a cup and begins his report, stating that a few dozen armed soldiers have trespassed into their forest. He continues with a furrowed brow, explaining that these intruders are somehow evading his surveillance magic, and he only detected them the moment they entered, implying they have sophisticated help. Eren questions if they have a magician with them, but the elder believes they only have soldiers and a huge wolf, though he's sure a magician is aiding them from afar. Eren listens, his expression growing graver. If Baltai has outside magical support, he's an even more dangerous threat than anticipated. The elder sighs heavily, adding the grim news that they sent some of their warriors to deal with the intruders, but none of them have returned. Karda slams his fist on the table, his face contorting in grief and sudden anger at the loss of his kin, while Eren watches, his own resolve hardening. Eren pieces the information together: the huge wolf, the battle prowess to defeat orcs, and the ogre helmet. He's certain it's Baltai, leading the demon corps into the forest. The elder then adds another disturbing piece of information. It seems these intruders went to meet with the centaur tribe. Both Eren and Karda are visibly shocked by this news, with Eren questioning the alliance and Karda growling about why they team up with those horse bastards. Eren knows the history between the Pendragons, the orcs, and the centaurs is a very complicated and hostile one. He recalls that long ago, the centaurs lived in the Ancona forest, but when the Pendragons arrived, they allowed the orcs to live there instead, sparking an ancient animosity. Eren figures the centaurs, who already hated humans, likely attacked the orcs who served as a defensive line for the Pendragon territory, as shown by their strategic positions. He muses on the terrible relationship between the orcs and centaurs, made worse because both are warlike tribes with a deep-rooted, violent feud. Eren considers his past approach. As an outsider to their feud, he hadn't meddled before since nothing major happened, but now his inaction might have serious consequences. Suddenly, Knight Killian bursts into the dwelling, his face pale with alarm, yelling, "Lord! The centaurs!" Killian shouts, completely out of breath and clearly panicked. A brief, brutal image flashes, showing centaurs savagely attacking orcs, with axes swinging and arrows flying. The situation has clearly just gotten much worse. Eren and Karda are instantly on their feet, Eren demanding what's happening and why now, while Killian echoes the confusion, wondering why the centaurs would attack after so long. CH37_068. Narrator. Killian quickly holds up an arrow he managed to intercept, its fletching distinct and telling. Eren's eyes fly wide in shock as he instantly recognizes the unmistakable marking on the arrow. It's the imperial crest, a golden lion standing proudly on a red field, topped with a crown, the symbol of the empire itself. Killian is just as shocked, exclaiming how this can be the empire's crest and questioning why the centaurs would possess such a thing. Eren's mind races, the horrifying implications of this discovery sending a chill down his spine as he realizes what this means. They teamed up. He breathes, then with dawning horror, with both. An image of enraged centaurs, their eyes glowing red, charging with shields bearing that same imperial crest, confirms his worst fears. Eren's eye glows with an intense, furious blue light as the pieces fall into place, revealing a conspiracy far larger and more dangerous than he could have ever imagined. A torrent of icy blue aura explodes around Eren, his rage finally boiling over, the sheer force of it blasting Killian backwards. "Lord!" Killian cries out, terrified by the overwhelming power Eren is unleashing, as Eren declares in a low, deadly snarl, "I will annihilate them. I've held back for too long." Eren's face is contorted into a mask of absolute, terrifying fury, his eyes blazing, his teeth bared like a cornered beast as he roars, "Spare no one. Wipe them out of this world." From her high perch in the ancient tree, Sol looks down, her expression unreadable as she watches the army of orcs mobilizing below, spurred into action by Eren's furious command. Sol's gaze remains steady, perhaps calculating, as she witnesses the storm of pure wrath her contractor is about to unleash upon his enemies. The battle lines are sharply drawn, and as the orc elder confirms the centaurs have allied with Baltai's invaders, Aaron's face becomes a mask of cold fury, a storm brewing within him, ready to be unleashed. On the battlefield, it's pure chaos as powerful centaurs tear through the orc warriors with brutal speed, the devastating reality of Baltai's treacherous alliance unfolding before their eyes. Suddenly, a surge of immense power rips through the air. Aaron, in his gleaming white and gold armor, is engulfed by an intense blue aura, his sword already in hand, while Knight Killian stands ready just behind, watching his lord's familiar and terrifying power awaken. Killian's eyes widen, his breath catching as a mix of awe and fear washes over him. He stammers, "Lord," recognizing the overwhelming pressure, the raw power Aaron unleashed before, a power that promises complete devastation. Aaron's face contorts with pure, unrestrained rage, his teeth bared in a snarl as he roars a command that cuts through the battle noise, vowing to annihilate their enemies, spare no one, and wipe them from the world, a declaration fueled by years of betrayal and a burning need for revenge. Like a bolt of lightning, Aaron charges forward, the blue aura flaring around him, his sword a silver streak as he becomes a whirlwind of righteous fury, heading straight into the heart of the enemy lines. Further back, Barrio and Reed, the newer recruits, stare in stunned silence, Barrio's usual bluster gone, replaced by sheer disbelief as he exclaims, "Lord," at the incredible power radiating from Aaron. Even Elkin Isla, the usually stoic Valva's cavalier, can't hide his surprise, his purple eyes narrowing as he watches Aaron and mutters, "Pendragon?" With a tone of grudging respect. He's seen strength, but this is something entirely different. The centaurs react swiftly, a volley of crossbow bolts whistling through the air aimed straight for the charging lord, their glowing red eyes showing no fear, only a chilling, unnatural focus. Aaron doesn't flinch, his own blue eyes blazing with determination, the azure aura around him pulsing with power as he meets the incoming deadly shower head-on. With blinding speed, Aaron's sword becomes a shimmering shield, sparks flying as he deflects arrow after arrow with precise, powerful parries, moving like a dancer of death, turning the lethal volley into a harmless rain of splintered wood. Barrio and Reed are left speechless, their jaws practically on the floor as Reed gasps, "W." He parried their arrows, having never witnessed such skill. Aaron closes the distance in an instant, his blade flashing as he engages a centaur archer in a fierce whirlwind of steel and raw power. Elkin watches Aaron's movements intently, a silent exclamation in his mind as he thinks, "He's fast," a rare admission of another's prowess, for to a Valva's cavalier, speed and skill are paramount. A swift, decisive strike, and the centaur falls. Aaron doesn't pause, his movements economical and deadly, a clear testament to his brutal years of fighting for survival as Raven Vault. "Wow!" Barrio finally shouts, a grin breaking through his stunned expression, and Reed nods in agreement, equally impressed. He did it. Their lord is truly a force of nature. But the fight is far from over, as Aaron turns to face another centaur, this one armed with a heavy spear, its eyes burning with that same unnatural red light. The sharp clash of steel rings out as Aaron meets the centaur's powerful attack, standing his ground, his expression hardening with resolve. A flicker of surprise crosses Aaron's face. He'd expected his overwhelming display of power to intimidate them, but these centaurs show no fear at all, and a knot of unease tightens in his chest. The centaur before him glares, its red eyes burning with ferocious light as it easily holds Aaron's blade at bay, its teeth bared in a snarl, radiating a strange, almost manic energy. The centaur bellows with raw fury that they have invaded their forest, and now, finally, they will utterly destroy their enemies, its words filled with a chilling conviction. Its face twists into an even more terrifying mask of rage as it screams that they expanded their military might just for this very moment, hinting at a deeper, more sinister preparation. Aaron is taken aback, thinking, "W. This isn't just some usual territorial skirmish. There's a fanaticism here, a premeditated rage that feels deeply wrong and unnatural." More centaurs charge, their war cries of, "Protect our forest," echoing as they move like a single wave of unstoppable red-eyed fury. Elsewhere in the brutal melee, an orc warrior clashes desperately with a centaur. The orcs are strong, but the centaurs are fighting with an almost inhuman, terrifying ferocity. What is wrong with them? The orc grunts, struggling to hold his ground against the unnatural strength of his opponent, realizing that every single one of them is acting with the same terrifying, uniform rage. Watching from the village edge, Kritol, the orc shaman, narrows his eyes, his gaze fixed on the centaurs, murmuring if they were always this strong, before realization dawns and he declares grimly, "That's magic. They are being hypnotized." Kritol's ancient eyes see the truth behind their unnatural power, explaining with a heavy voice that their fear and anger have been twisted and taken advantage of. He continues, his words painting a horrifying picture of mind-controlling magic forcing them to surpass their body's limits, turning them into mindless killing machines, which explains their lack of fear and seemingly endless strength. The grim reality of Kritol's words plays out as an orc soldier lets out a terrified eek, barely holding off a centaur whose eyes blaze with red-hot fury, its movements far too powerful to be natural. "Take this!" Knight Killian roars, charging in to aid his struggling ally, his sword raised high for a powerful downward slash at the mind-controlled centaur. But the centaur reacts with unnatural speed, its brutal club swinging in a vicious, deadly arc towards Killian. Killian tries to block, but the impact is devastating, sending him flying, his armor groaning under the sheer force of the heavy blow. "Ugh!" Killian cries out, sharp pain lancing through his side as he hits the ground hard, wounded. "Commander!" Barrio and Reed yell in alarm, rushing towards their fallen leader as the battlefield quickly turns against them. Killian clutches his side, his face pale with pain, gasping that the blow went through his armor and broke his ribs. Looking up at the centaur, he admits, so strong. Shocked by their raw, magically enhanced power. The battle rages on, a desperate, bloody struggle as orcs and humans fight side by side, but the relentless, mind-controlled centaurs cut a bloody swathe through their ranks. Eren, too, feels the immense pressure, grunting with effort as he parries a savage blow from a centaur whose red eyes are fixed on him with murderous intent, its unthinking aggression wearing him down. Another centaur, quick and agile, takes aim with its crossbow, targeting Eren while he's already engaged in fierce combat. An arrow whistles past Eren's head, close enough to graze his cheek and draw blood, a sharp sting reminding him of his own mortality even amidst his incredible power. "Tiske!" Eren clicks his tongue in annoyance and pain, glaring at the archer, muttering, "Impudent!" as his patience wears thin and his anger simmers dangerously close to erupting again. He glances towards the treeline, his voice desperate as he calls out, "Soul!" a clear plea for aid from the powerful dragon who watches events unfold from afar. His eyes find her perched gracefully on a thick branch, and he calls out again, his voice strained, "Help us! Deal with those horse bastards!" He desperately needs her power, her intervention, to turn the tide of this losing battle. Soul looks down at the chaotic battlefield, her expression unreadable as she says calmly, her voice carrying over the din, that both the orcs and the centaurs are like her children, and she cannot meddle in this fight. Eren stares, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. He can't believe what he's hearing. Soul, his most powerful ally, is refusing to help them in their direst need. His gaze sweeps over the battlefield, seeing his men and the orcs falling, the village burning, and a wave of despair washes over him as he curses under his breath, "Shit!" He's truly on his own now. Then, a horrifying sight. Tuvan Baltai, instantly recognizable by his monstrous ogre helmet, stands triumphant, holding a defeated and bloody Elkin Isla by the hair. Elkin, the Stormbringer, one of his strongest companions, is down. A fresh wave of rage, colder and deadlier than before, explodes from Eren, his blue aura flaring violently as he seethes, "Those bastards!" his eyes locking onto Baltai, making this intensely personal. A sharp cry of "Eek!" pierces the air, perhaps from a terrified orc, or maybe it's Eren's own internal scream of frustration and fury as he witnesses Baltai's brutality and the dire situation. His attention is violently snapped to a new horror. A mind-controlled centaur, spear raised, bears down on a tiny, defenseless orc child who has wandered into the chaos. The the centaur's shield bearing the chilling empire's crest. The orc child is frozen in absolute terror, tears streaming down its face, its eyes wide with a fear no child should ever have to experience. The razor-sharp tip of the spear lunges forward, aimed straight at the terrified child's heart, and time itself seems to slow to a crawl. In a blur of motion, Eren is there, throwing himself in front of the child, his own body taking the brunt of the attack as his sword deflects the spear at the very last possible second. He will not let another innocent die. Eren stands over the child, breathing heavily, while the little orc stares up at him, a mixture of shock and dawning relief on its small face, a silent moment hanging between them as the battlefield chaos fades. Thank you," the child stammers, its voice small and trembling, its tear-filled eyes looking up at Eren with pure, unadulterated gratitude. Eren looks down at the child, and for a moment, the hardened warrior, the vengeful Raven Vault, is visibly touched, a flicker of vulnerability crossing his face. This is what he's fighting for, why he cannot lose. He turns his gaze back to the devastating battlefield, where the bodies of his soldiers and orc allies litter the ground, and smoke and fire rise from the burning village. The grim reality hits him hard as he thinks, our forces are losing, and the orc village has been destroyed. Despite his power and efforts, they are being overwhelmed. He clenches his jaw, a new resolve hardening his blue eyes as a question echoes in his mind, perhaps Soul's voice, perhaps his own conscience. Then now. What would Eren Pendragon do? Challenging him to remember the mantle he carries. Decision made, Eren swiftly swings himself onto his warhorse, its shield emblazoned with the Pendragon dragon. He has a desperate plan. He wheels his horse to face the remaining centaurs, their red eyes still burning with mindless rage, and shouts with contempt, "Hey! You half-horse, half-human bastards!" He sits tall on his horse, a lone figure before the enraged horde on the corpse-littered battlefield, deliberately making himself their sole target. Eren sneers, his words dripping with scorn, about how he heard centaurs were prideful, yet they rely on human weapons and target children, then declares them nothing more than a tribe of half-horse sons of bitches. He continues his taunts, his voice ringing with arrogance, claiming he alone is more than enough to deal with an inferior tribe like them, and that they couldn't even get the neck of their enemy's boss despite all this. As a centaur lunges, Eren reacts instantly, his horse rearing as he brings his armored foot down hard on the creature's head with a sickening crunch, roaring that their dead warriors are crying in hell. The remaining centaurs are incensed, their red eyes blazing even brighter, their snarls turning into furious bellows as Eren's taunts hit their mark perfectly. With a sharp cry, Eren digs his heels into his horse's flanks, charging away from the ravaged village and directly into the deep forest, the enraged centaurs giving chase, blinded by magic and fury. He leads them on a wild, desperate chase, drawing the entire centaur force away from the vulnerable orcs and his own soldiers, leaving a trail of dust and chaos in his wake, a truly desperate gamble. Back at the village edge, Karda watches Eren disappear into the trees, a look of dawning understanding on his face as he growls with a hint of admiration that the brat did all this to force the centaurs out. Beside him, Kratul nods gravely, worriedly saying Eren can't possibly deal with that many of them alone. Elkin Isla, somehow back on his feet though still looking battered, watches Eren's retreating figure, his purple eyes narrowed in thought, understanding the reckless bravery and sacrifice of his lord. High above, Soul observes the unfolding drama, Eren's plea, her refusal, and now his desperate gambit, all playing out before her ancient, thoughtful eyes. Then, Soul slowly raises a hand in a subtle, almost imperceptible gesture, and a faint shimmer of power emanates from her fingertips. Suddenly, a piercing cry of "Jeech" echoes from the sky, causing the remaining orcs and soldiers to look up in alarm as a massive, winged creature descends from the heavens. Elkin Isla whirls around as the creature lands heavily nearby, the ground trembling from the impact, dust and debris flying up all around it. Before him stands a magnificent griffin, its eagle eyes sharp and intelligent, its lion body powerful and regal. "A griffin?" Elkin exclaims, his hand instinctively going to his swords, completely surprised by this new arrival. Elkin's gaze darts up to the tree where Soul is perched, and he sees her watching him, a knowing, subtle look on her face. Soul meets his gaze, her expression serene, and Elkin doesn't need to ask. He understands her silent message, thinking, "Was it you?" The griffin lets out a soft, rumbling "tai-ai," and gently nuzzles Elkin's shoulder in a surprising display of affection from such a fearsome beast, clearly showing it's an ally. A profound change comes over Elkin as his purple eyes begin to glow with an intense light, a surge of new power, or perhaps a renewed, fiercer resolve coursing through him. With this unexpected new ally, the fight might not be over yet. Deep in the forest, the thunder of hooves echoes as Erin's warhorse gallops at full speed, pushing its mount to the absolute limit, its iron-shod hooves barely seeming to touch the ground. The ground flies by in a blur of dirt and scattered leaves as Erin, a solitary figure, flees deeper into the shadowy woods. But he's not alone for long. The enraged centaur horde, led by their furious chief, bursts from the trees behind him, their red eyes burning with hatred, weapons glinting, relentless and driven by dark magic and Erin's insults. Erin leads them onward in a desperate, high-stakes chase until he reaches a cliff edge, a sheer drop on one side, the thundering horde closing in from the other, seemingly trapping him. The centaur chief, red eyes glinting with triumph, sneers that Erin acted as bait to save his army, calling it a foolish decision because if Erin dies, the orcs' village will also be destroyed. Erin turns, a cold, confident smirk on his lips, retorting calmly that these half-horse bastards are idiots and reminding them he is more than enough to deal with them, his bravado unwavering. But beneath that confidence, a flicker of doubt, Erin knows the centaurs are affected by strengthening magic and wonders if he can truly defeat so many, the odds overwhelmingly against him. The centaur chief raises his spear, his voice a low growl filled with murderous intent, promising to rip that insolent mouth off Erin's face. With a unified battle cry, the centaurs charge, their spears leveled, ready to overwhelm the lone rider with their sheer numbers. Erin grits his teeth, his expression a mixture of fierce determination and strain. He's pushed himself to the brink and now must fight his way out of this desperate situation. He ducks and weaves on horseback as arrows and spears whistle past, some tearing through his cloak and armor, the sheer volume of attacks staggering. The centaurs surround him, a suffocating tide of horseflesh and steel, and Erin fights with desperate skill in the heart of the storm, his sword a silver flash amidst the chaos. Suddenly, Erin looks up with a sharp exclamation, his eyes widening in surprise, not at the centaurs, but at something else, something in the night sky. High above, silhouetted against the full moon, a majestic figure soars. It's Elkin Isla, now mounted atop the magnificent griffin, a striking image against the celestial backdrop. The griffin, with Elkin on its back, descends with breathtaking speed and grace, its massive wings catching the moonlight, a vision of power and hope cutting through the darkness. Elkin Isla, dark hair whipping in the wind, his purple eyes now blazing with an inner light, looks every bit the hero Erin knew he would become, calm, focused, and deadly. Erin's face lights up with shock and relief as he calls out, "Ay Isla," his voice filled with disbelief and a dawning hope that his gamble, and perhaps Soul's intervention, is paying off. Elkin calmly knocks an arrow to his crossbow, his gaze fixed on Erin, and his voice rings out clear and strong. "Pendragon, I told you that I would become your sword." He aims with practiced, sure movements, declaring, "And strike down your enemies," a statement of unwavering loyalty and determined purpose. With a powerful beat of its wings, the griffin dives, Elkin leading the charge from above, a whirlwind of feathers and steel heading straight for the stunned centaurs. The centaurs look up, their mindless rage momentarily broken by confusion and primal fear as one cries out, "A griffin!" It's the griffin from the guardian deity. Recognizing the legendary creature, the griffin lets out a piercing battle cry, "Ki!" that echoes through the forest, a sound chilling the centaurs to their very bones. Elkin and the griffin descend upon the centaur archers in a blur of motion, the griffin's talons flashing, its beak snapping, while Elkin fires arrow after arrow with deadly precision. A centaur archer, eyes wide with panic despite the mind control, tries to take aim but is far too slow, too late to react. The griffin banks sharply, Elkin leaning perfectly in sync with his mount, moving as one seamless, deadly fighting unit. Elkin, drawing another arrow with incredible speed, his glowing eyes fixed on his target, unleashes another shot, his aim true, his focus absolute. The arrow finds its mark, striking a centaur squarely in the chest with a sickening thud, and the red light in its eyes flickers momentarily. More arrows fly, each a pinpoint strike, and centaurs fall, their ranks thinning under the relentless aerial assault. The mind control cannot compensate for such overwhelming, unexpected power from above. Eren watches from below, a grim satisfaction on his face as Elkin and the griffin wreak havoc among the centaur archers, disrupting their formations and turning the tide of the battle. A small, almost imperceptible smile touches Eren's lips as he murmurs to himself, "Griffin Rider." The legendary warriors he'd only heard tales of are now fighting by his side. Griffins, divine beasts serving under dragons, their connection to Sol, the Dragon King, makes their appearance even more significant in this fight. Despite their large bodies, they seem to dance in the sky to those watching below, and their strength makes them formidable for hunting and military purposes, extremely difficult foes to deal with. Tapping into knowledge from ancient times, Elkin isn't just riding a beast, he's embracing an ancient tradition of elite warriors. After long and arduous training, these riders and their mounts become deadly, symbolized by the griffin's powerful, honed talons. And so, the first griffin that could be ridden appeared, and now Elkin and his griffin inherit this legacy, a new generation of these legendary pairs, as a centaur is struck down by the griffin's talons. After hundreds of battles with their chosen knight, Elkin, his eyes glowing, embodies this warrior tradition as he faces down a mind-controlled centaur. The result of this bond is clear in Elkin's steady, scarred hand gripping his crossbow, a testament to his experience and unwavering resolve. In a dynamic shot, Elkin leans low on the griffin's back, firing his crossbow while simultaneously drawing his short sword, ready for close combat, a whirlwind of deadly skill. He is now a griffin rider. Below, Eren watches the chaos among the centaur ranks. The tide has decisively turned in their favor. Eren looks up, a sense of awe and recognition in his eyes as he says the name, Elkin Isla. His thoughts drift back to his past life as Raven Vault. A grand, sweeping image shows Elkin on the griffin, soaring above a fallen centaur, the title, the Stormbringer, emblazoned across the sky. The hero Eren remembered is now real. Elkin Isla, the Stormbringer, looks down from his vantage point, his expression resolute, his purpose clear. He is here to change the course of this war. Eren allows himself a small, satisfied smile, murmuring with quiet pride, "I see." Truly, a fitting name. His plan to gather future heroes is bearing incredible fruit. The centaur chief screams in agony, "Ar!" As one of Elkin's arrows pierces his shoulder, the pain immense even through the mind control, as he begins to realize the tables have turned. His eyes, still glowing red but now with a hint of panic, scan the chaos and he roars, "All troops, retreat!" The proud centaur chief, broken by the unexpected aerial assault, calls for a full withdrawal. The remaining centaurs, their formations shattered, turn and flee deeper into the forest, Elkin and the griffin harrying them relentlessly from above. Elkin watches them retreat, a thoughtful expression on his face, then exclaims softly as he notices their direction, "They are heading to the middle of the forest." The retreating centaur chief thinks that if they go further into the forest, the griffin won't be able to chase them, allowing them to recover and regroup, a tactical retreat hoping the dense forest provides cover. But Eren is waiting. As the centaur chief gallops past, Eren, hidden amongst the trees, coolly aims his own crossbow. With a sharp hish, the centaur chief cries out as an arrow strikes his mount's leg, causing the horse to stumble and fall heavily to the ground. The centaur chief is thrown clear, his momentum carrying him several feet, as Eren emerges from the trees, his warhorse stepping calmly, his crossbow still aimed. Eren sits astride his horse, looking down at the fallen centaur chief, his expression cool, calculating, and in complete control. "Crossbows from the Empire," Eren says, his voice tinged with dark amusement as he examines his weapon. sure are high quality, using their own benefactors' weapons against them. His eyes, now glowing with a faint blue light, fix on the downed centaur as he throws the chief's earlier insult back. They're definitely worth a lot more than some half-human, half-horse bastards from the woods. Isn't that right, Centaur Chief? The Centaur Chief groans in pain. Ugh. Trying to push himself up, his leg clearly injured, the red glow in his eyes starting to fade, the mind control perhaps weakening with the shock and pain. Eren watches him, his crossbow still trained, the forest now quiet save for the centaur's pained gasps and whimpers. Even if the pain goes away, Eren states coldly, you won't be able to move with a crushed leg, ensuring the chief isn't going anywhere. The Centaur Chief glares up at Eren, sweat trickling down his temple, as the red glow in his eyes flickers and dies out completely. The magic is broken. Eren's gaze shifts to the shield on his horse, where the Pendragon dragon emblem is prominent and proud. The turquoise gem set within the shield begins to glow with a soft, ethereal light, pulsing gently. A warm, golden light envelopes Eren and his horse, radiating outwards, and the Centaur Chief looks up, his expression shifting from pain to utter confusion. The light washes over the Centaur Chief, who looks down at his own body with a dazed expression, unsure of what is happening. He flexes his hand, a look of disbelief spreading across his features as the lingering effects of the mind control and some of his injuries begin to fade. Am I wounds? He stammers, looking at his hand, now free of the unnatural tension and some of the minor cuts he sustained during the fight. He looks up at Eren, his eyes now their natural color, clear and questioning. The savage warrior is gone, replaced by a confused, disoriented centaur. Eren lowers his crossbow slightly, the golden light from his shield still bathing the Centaur Chief. The Pendragon artifact seems to have a purifying or healing effect, dispelling the dark magic. The Centaur Chief stares at Eren, his voice filled with bewilderment, asking, "Did you help me?" Unable to comprehend why his enemy would then heal him. Eren looks down at him, his expression unreadable, stating simply, "I just made you return to normal. If you didn't, I would have just finished you off." His words blunt, a reminder of the stakes. His eyes narrow, the brief moment of calm replaced by a sharp intensity as he demands, "Now, tell me." Eren leans forward, his voice low and dangerous, "The man who gave you all those weapons. Where is he?" His primary target, the architect of this chaos, is all that matters now. The final panel shows a close-up of the imperial crest, the lion and crown on a piece of centaur equipment, a stark reminder of the deeper conspiracy Eren is fighting against, and the information he seeks from the Centaur Chief is crucial to unraveling it. Surprise flickers across the Centaur Chief's face as he asks Eren, his voice raspy, "Baltai of the Demon Corps. How do you know that name?" It's clear Baltai's identity wasn't common knowledge among them. Eren's expression hardens. "I'm the one asking questions," he states firmly, leaving no room for argument, leveling his crossbow slightly as he demands, "What happened between the centaurs and him?" The Centaur Chief looks away, a shadow of shame and regret crossing his features, the memory clearly a painful one to recall. He begins his tale, his voice low and hesitant, recounting how Baltai suddenly invaded the forest and offered them a deal. In a flashback, Baltai shows the centaurs a parchment, his voice narrating his insidious offer. The Pendragons have recovered the White Dragon's strength and are now recruiting soldiers and fortifying their armaments, planting seeds of fear. Baltai, his face a mask of cunning manipulation under his ogre helmet, continues his poisonous words, claiming it's obvious the Pendragons plan to turn on their sworn enemies, the centaurs, and offering to lend them weapons before that happens, preying on their old rivalries. The flashback continues, Baltai gesturing towards the orc village, urging them to strike it down, take back Ancona Forest with their own strength, offering them a chance to reclaim their ancestral lands. Back in the present, Eren listens, his expression a mixture of disgust and understanding, saying with contempt, "So, based on those groundless accusations, you guys were seduced by that offer?" It's a classic tale of manipulation. The Centaur Chief looks down, shamefaced, admitting with a barely audible whisper, it might have been his magic. Unable to fully explain how they were so easily swayed. He continues, describing the moment of their enchantment, recalling Baltai holding a gleaming, ornate mirror that pulsed with an eerie purple light. It came from his mirror. An image of the hooded figure appears within the mirror, his purple eyes glowing with sinister power, a cruel smile on his lips. As the centaur chief explains, a hooded guy spoke to them, and then everyone lost their calm, engulfed in rage and anger. The magic was potent, overwhelming their reason. The centaur chief shakes his head, his eyes clouded with the horror of the memory, confessing, "I can't remember what happened after that." The mind control had completely erased their will. Eren listens in silence, his expression thoughtful. Baltai, the Empire's weapons, a mysterious magician wielding mind control through a scrying mirror, the conspiracy runs deeper than he initially thought. Later, Elkin, still mounted on the griffin, surveys the aftermath, fallen centaurs littering the forest floor. As Eren approaches on his horse, the captive centaur chief walking beside him, now unbound. Elkin looks down, a questioning look on his face. Duke Pendragon, wondering about Eren's decision to spare the chief and the other centaurs. Eren meets his gaze, his expression calm, while the turquoise gem on his shield glows softly, radiating power. A wave of golden light emanates from Eren's shield again, washing over the fallen centaurs, who slowly, groggily, begin to stir, the mind control magic broken, their wounds partially healed. One centaur sits up, looking at his hands in confusion, exclaiming, "My wounds?" They are dazed, disoriented, but alive and free from the dark influence. The centaur chief watches this display of power and mercy, his expression unreadable, witnessing a level of compassion he never expected from an enemy. Eren looks a little weary, murmuring with a slight grimace, "It seems like I can only heal about this much when using my vitality." The Pendragon shield's power clearly takes a toll on him. Elkin, now dismounted, approaches Eren, asking why he did this, and Eren replies that their enemy was the one who incited them, and besides. Eren's gaze becomes distant, a hint of sadness in his eyes. The one who created those sentiments was none other than the Pendragons, so we are also responsible for it, acknowledging his family's historical role and the burden he now carries. The centaur chief listens, his expression softening, beginning to understand the depth of this young lord's character. Eren looks out at the remaining centaurs, his voice somber, "I can't bring back the centaurs who have already fallen. The cost of this conflict is heavy, and he feels it deeply." The centaur chief steps forward, his voice filled with a newfound respect. They were the warriors of the centaur tribe. Death in battle is not something that they would regret, honoring his fallen comrades with a warrior's stoicism. Eren looks at the chief, a silent understanding passing between them. He's made a powerful impression, not just with strength, but with honor and compassion. The centaur chief continues, "Young Pendragon, you are very different from your ancestors." Eren meets his gaze, a faint smile on his lips. Is that so? Only time will tell, knowing he has a long road ahead to change his family's legacy. The chief nods, asking if Eren remembers what he said before, then answers his own question, "You truly are a competent and wise ruler." The earlier insults are forgotten, replaced by genuine admiration. The centaur chief turns to his remaining warriors, his voice ringing with authority. "So, the centaur tribe will henceforth become allies with the Pendragons," placing a hand over his heart in a gesture of fealty. Eren and Elkin exchange a surprised look. This is an unexpected but welcome development. An alliance with their former enemies would be a powerful asset. The centaur chief declares firmly, "For the sake of retaliating against those who made us like this, I vow that we will not hold back our efforts in cooperating with the Pendragons." Their shared enemy has forged a new bond. He turns to his tribe, calling out, "Isn't that right, everyone?" seeking their accord, and the other centaurs look hesitant for a moment. One centaur speaks up, "Wait, if that's what the elder wants, then we will follow." Their loyalty to their chief, and perhaps respect for Eren's actions, sways them. Eren watches, a thoughtful escaping him. This alliance is a significant step forward, but he knows it must be nurtured carefully. He smiles, a genuine, confident smile. "Then I will be counting on the centaur tribe, in protecting the forest as the strongest cavalry, acknowledging their strength and giving them a vital role." Eren extends his hand, and the centaur chief clasps it firmly, Eren declaring, "From now on, we are comrades," sealing the new alliance with a handshake that bridges generations of animosity. Peace settles over the Ancona forest as the conflict ends. Soldiers were healed by water spirits, then ate and drank to their heart's content at a peace banquet, the great tree standing tall under the full moon. Inside the orc village, a lively feast is underway with orcs, Knight Killian looking much better, Barrio, and Reed all eating and drinking boisterously, while even Elkin sits quietly, observing the revelry. Elkin, alone for a moment, gazes out at the night sky, a thoughtful expression on his face, processing the day's incredible events and his new role as a griffin rider. Suddenly, a cheerful "Huo" interrupts his thoughts, breaking his concentration. Two small goblin children, Cazal's kin, look up at him with wide, adoring eyes, clearly having been watching him for some time. One of the goblin children, holding a piece of roasted meat, says with starry eyes, "You were so cool riding the griffin." Their innocent admiration is heartwarming. Elkin, usually so stoic, can't help a small, almost imperceptible smile as the children clamor around him, exclaiming, "Kaya!" in their excitement. Even a hardened warrior can be softened by such pure adoration. A close-up on Elkin's glowing purple eye shows he's found a new purpose, new companions, and perhaps a new sense of belonging. He pats the heads of the goblin children, a rare moment of gentleness from the mighty Stormbringer. Later, at a quieter table, Eren sits with Kratul the orc shaman, Karda the orc chieftain, and the centaur chief, discussing the recent events, the mood serious and focused. Kratul, holding a cup, looks troubled, musing, "Magic coming from a mirror? This method of mind control is unusual and clearly powerful." Eren asks if that's possible, but Kratul shakes his head, admitting, "I am not knowledgeable enough to answer this." Even his ancient wisdom has its limits. Karda, the orc chieftain, speaks up, his brow furrowed. "However, it's a very strong and complex magic. Brainwashing and strengthening, not only to the point of influencing them." Kratul adds, his expression grim, something like controlling the emotions of several centaurs at once. The scale and precision of the magic are deeply unsettling. Eren listens intently, hand to his chin, concluding, the one who did this is a fearsome magician, his mind already working to understand this new, shadowy enemy's capabilities. The scene shifts to the great tree, standing majestic under the full moon, a symbol of the fragile peace that has been restored to the forest. Eren stands alone, leaning against a large root of the great tree, looking out at the moonlit landscape, contemplative, the weight of his responsibilities, past and present, settling upon him. Sol appears, floating gracefully before him, asking gently, "Why the long face, Rei?" Eren looks up, "Sol." Eren gets straight to the point, "Was it you? That one who lent the griffin to Isla?" Sol smiles enigmatically, They just felt the aura of a griffin rider from him." Eren presses if perhaps Elkin rode one before, and Sol's smile widens slightly, but for some reason he didn't want to talk about it. Elkin's past remains a mystery. Sol looks at Eren, her expression thoughtful, observing, "Humans are very complex beings," her ancient eyes holding a deep understanding. She looks directly at Eren, her voice soft but firm, "You were not swallowed by that raging dragon aura." Eren looks surprised, repeating questioningly, "Raging dragon aura?" A flashback shows Eren enveloped in the powerful blue aura he unleashed during the battle, Knight Killian looking on in awe and some fear. Sol explains that the power that overflowed was because, as her contractor, his body can possess dragon power, and control varies depending on the user, revealing another facet of their pact. Eren listens, reflecting that if he let his rage get the better of him, he wouldn't be able to see the bigger picture, understanding the danger of such overwhelming, uncontrolled power. "Right." He agrees, then adds with a distant gaze, "But there are some things I still don't understand. The mysteries of his new life, his past, and his enemies are still vast." His thoughts turn inward to his past life as Raven Vault. "I forgot about it at first because of my anger. But in my previous life, I would already be a member of the Demon Corps by now, and the Demon Corps." A dark memory surfaces. Raven Vault and his comrades fighting desperately in the far southern sea of trees against the monstrous, brutal Troll King. The memory is horrifying. Half of the demon corps were annihilated in that horrible battle. The sheer carnage, the overwhelming power of their demonic foes. But Baltai was also there. The image of Baltai in his ogre helmet, axe raised, flashes in his mind. So, Aaron's brow furrows. The real Baltai being in contact with the centaurs is weird. The timeline doesn't add up. Baltai should have been fighting the Troll King then. Questions plague him. What about the battle in the Sea of Trees? What about the Troll King? Baltai was here, who led the demon corps in that fated battle. And the most chilling question of all. And the me of my previous life, Raven Vault, where the hell is he? If this Baltai is here, then the Raven Vault of this timeline, his fate is unknown and deeply troubling. Soul watches him, her expression unreadable, as Aaron clenches his fist, remembering something Baltai said in his previous life, just before the betrayal. He said something back then. A stark, ominous phrase flashes in his mind. Everything is connected. The pieces begin to fall into place, forming a terrifying picture. The extermination of the Vault household, the Pendragon's fall, and now, the ones trying to destroy the Pendragons. It's all part of a larger, more sinister plan. Soul speaks, her voice calm but firm, cutting through Aaron's dark thoughts. Let's try going to my hometown. Aaron looks up, surprised. Soul continues, the place where a household had lost its honor, referring to the Pendragon ancestral lands, a land of humiliation. A journey to confront the past and perhaps find the key to the future. The scene shifts dramatically to a thought bubble declaring, let's go to Sisek. Revealing the desolate ruins of a once grand estate under a stormy sky, crows circling overhead. This is Sisek, clearly marked by tragedy. Amidst the ruins lies a tattered banner bearing the crest of the Vault family, a dark, winged creature pierced by crossed swords. Sisek is tied not just to the Pendragon's dishonor, but to Raven Vault's own family tragedy, the connection Soul hinted at becoming chillingly clear. The scene abruptly changes to a close-up of someone taking a bite of roasted meat. It's Prince Aragon, his expression one of disdain even as he eats. He chews slowly, his lips curled in a slight sneer, the atmosphere around him palpably tense and uncomfortable. The camera pulls back to a grand dining hall where Prince Ian and Princess Ingrid are seated, while dozens of nobles, including Lord and Lady Sirod, are prostrated before them in absolute submission, the silence heavy. Lord and Lady Sirod exchange a terrified glance, Lord Sirod thinking, "Why?" as sweat beads on his forehead, the fear in the room suffocating. Lady Sirod's thoughts echo her husband's terror, wondering why the royals came to Sirod's territory so suddenly, their unannounced arrival throwing the entire household into panic. The imperial crest, the crowned lion, glares down from a banner, a reminder that the son and daughter of the emperor command absolute obedience. Prince Aragon, his blonde hair falling around his shoulders, looks utterly bored and arrogant, his red eyes holding a glint of cruel amusement, every bit the intimidating royal. Beside him, Princess Ingrid, her blonde hair in pigtails, sips her tea with cool indifference, her red eyes just as cold as her brother's, exuding haughty disdain. The prince and princess sit on ornate thrones at the head of the long table, the nobles remaining prostrate, a clear display of their power and dominance. Prince Ian looks up, a flicker of impatience in his eyes, clearly not enjoying the local hospitality or the company. Suddenly, with a violent kick, Prince Ian sends the heavy dining table flying, plates, food, and silverware crashing to the floor in a chaotic mess. Lord and Lady Sirod jump in terror, their faces pale with shock at the prince's sudden and terrifying outburst. Prince Ian leans back in his throne, a sneer on his face as he declares, "Trash," his voice dripping with contempt for everything in the room. A servant, scrambling on the floor, stammers an apology to the prince, the fear palpable in his voice and demeanor. Princess Ingrid, unperturbed by her brother's tantrum, sighs delicately, telling him to stop as he's ruining her mood, her voice calm but tinged with annoyance. Ian turns to his sister with a sly, unpleasant smile, mockingly asking if he isn't a good elder brother for waiting for her to finish eating. Ingrid merely replies that his actions don't make her happy, while Lord and Lady Sirad look on, utterly dismayed by the royal's callous behavior. Prince Ian leans forward, his red eyes fixing on Lord Sirad, stating menacingly that the only reason he, the crown prince, would come to the countryside is for their neighbor, Aaron Pendragon. Ian continues dismissively, scoffing that the Aaron he knew was a frail earthworm, and he finds it hard to believe Aaron made a pact with the White Dragon after waking from his coma, clearly skeptical of the rumors. He turns his sharp gaze to Lady Sirad, demanding to know what happened to Aaron, and she flinches, stammering. Lord Sirad interjects, desperate to satisfy the prince, asking Luna how Aaron was when she met him, but she can only manage a frightened "I." Lady Sirad finally finds her trembling voice, admitting that while she knew Aaron before, he seems like a completely different person now, her words hesitant but honest. A faint blush colors her cheeks as she recalls the new Aaron, saying he became bold yet calm and strong, an undeniable admiration in her voice. Prince Ian leans forward, his shadow falling over Lady Sirad, his voice a dangerous purr, "A better man." His eyes narrow with a predatory glint, his teeth seeming sharper as he finishes. "Then I," the question a clear threat, his vast ego easily bruised. Lady Sirad gasps, "Aya," her face paling in terror, realizing she's said too much, praised another in the presence of the tyrant prince. Prince Ian lets out a low, chilling chuckle, "Kukuku," the sound sending shivers down everyone's spines. He throws his head back and laughs, a loud, manic sound filling the hall, "Ha!" as a golden, oppressive aura begins to radiate from him, filling the room with terrifying pressure. The other nobles tremble, looking up in fear, whispering, "Dubu, what is that?" Aura, feeling the immense, suffocating power. Ian's aura intensifies, his red eyes blazing, his smile turning into a cruel grin as he muses aloud, "Conqueror's aura?" relishing their fear. Then his thoughts turn to Aaron. Has that white worm been seducing girls? His jealousy palpable. He turns to his sister, his laughter subsiding into a theatrical declaration, "I am astonished, Ingrid," while Princess Ingrid watches him, her expression unreadable. Suddenly Ian is on his feet, stalking towards Lady Sirad, commanding, "Hey, Sirad lady, come with me," his golden aura flaring, and Lady Sirad cries out. He grabs her chin, forcing her to look at him as he snarls, "It's an order," his grip painfully tight. His face is inches from hers, his red eyes burning with possessive fury as he tells her, "That white worm has crossed the line." "Hasn't he, lady?" Lady Sirad trembles, tears welling in her eyes, thinking, "I can't refuse," as the truth of her powerless situation, facing the second imperial prince, crashes down on her. The ominous title echoes, the tyrant Ian Aragon. His brutal reputation is clearly well-earned. Meanwhile, at the Pendragon estate, a pristine white castle stands bathed in sunlight, a stark contrast to the gloom and fear at Sirad territory. Aaron, looking rather disheveled and annoyed, snaps, "Ha!" as his butler, Carl, delivers the unwelcome news that the imperial prince and princess are coming. Carl confirms it's the second prince, Ian, and his sister, Ingrid, and Aaron slams his fist on the table, wondering what those bastards are thinking. Their visit can only mean trouble. Aaron mutters, "Be bastards. This is..." And Carl interrupts, asking, with concern. Carl explains with a troubled look that Princess Ingrid is Aaron's ex-fiancée, and Ian himself cancelled the engagement, news to Aaron, a forgotten piece of the original Aaron's life. Aaron is stunned. What the hell? I had another fiancé before the Sirads." Carl looks equally surprised. You didn't know." The amnesia excuse wearing thin. A faint image of a crying young Ingrid appears in Aaron's mind as he thinks, to think the other one was a royal princess? Speaking of which, I think I've heard about her before, fragments of memories surfacing. Aaron sighs heavily, rubbing his temples. The situation has become quite complicated. An ex-fiancée and her tyrannical brother showing up unannounced. This is a political minefield. A month passes after the Centaur incident, and Knight Killian proudly surveys a line of new knights, The Pendragon army growing stronger. Elkin Isla, now fully embracing his role, leads a squadron of griffin riders soaring through the sky, significantly strengthening their forces. Eren is shown training with Sol, his control over the White Dragon's aura visibly improving. He's growing stronger every day. Eren plans his next move, looking at a map, intending to use the Pendragon's usual summer break as an excuse to visit the villa near Sisek, his journey to uncover his past still on his mind. His thoughts turn to the destruction of the Vault household and the shadowy figures behind it, his quest for vengeance and justice now twofold. He leans back, considering the impending royal visit, suspecting their reason for meeting him has something to do with the engagement and not just a social call. Carl looks worried, unsure of their motives but urging Eren to be careful, and Eren nods, knowing this visit is fraught with danger. Carl adds a grim warning. The second prince has been appointed as the next emperor and is known throughout the empire as the tyrant, raising the stakes incredibly high. Eren digests this, realizing the clear implication if he somehow angers Ian, then asks why the second prince was appointed as the next emperor. Carl explains it's because the first prince's condition seems to have gotten worse, and Eren leans back, this piece of information being significant. Eren steeples his fingers, a thoughtful expression on his face, aware the Empire's political landscape is shifting, and he's right in the middle of it. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, a look of shock and realization dawning, as he thinks, wait? A close-up on Eren's eyes shows a memory surfacing as he realizes, Ian? It isn't supposed to be Ian. The name of the successor is wrong according to his memories as Raven Vault. A flashback to Raven Vault's time reveals, in my previous life, the name of the man who became the next emperor was Goofily Aragon. A different prince entirely. Eren jolts upright, grabbing Carl by the shoulders, his voice urgent and desperate as he asks, Goofily? He presses Carl. The first prince's name. Is it Goofily? Carl looks confused, replying no, the first prince is Shaun Aragon, and he's never heard the name Goofily. Eren is reeling. It's not the name of either prince, an unknown name, his memories of the future no longer aligning with this past. Who the hell is Goofily? The timeline is diverging critically. The implications are staggering. The Troll King battle, Baltai's presence here. The current future is different from the one in my previous life. Perhaps, are they connected? The changes are linked, and he needs to understand how. A small wisp of blue flame appears on Eren's fingertip as he focuses, accessing his power, his resolve hardening. The blue flame expands, taking the shape of a miniature dragon swirling around his hand, and Carl watches, amazed by the display. Eren's eyes gleam with determination as he looks up, his voice firm. Now, I have a reason to meet with that prince. Ian Aragon. This meeting is now a chance to uncover the truth. Outside, a proclamation rings out, the royal family has come. Pay your respects. A grand procession approaches the Pendragon castle. A royal carriage flanked by knights, banners flying, the imperial presence undeniable and imposing. Prince Ian steps out of the carriage, his golden conqueror's aura flaring around him, an almost visible wave of oppressive power washing over everything. He stands at the entrance of the Pendragon Hall, a lone figure exuding an overwhelming sense of authority and menace. Inside, the Pendragon nobles and servants are forced to their knees by the sheer pressure of Ian's aura, terrified, thinking, what is this pressure? He is royalty, we can't raise our heads. The name echoes in their minds, the tyrant Ian Aragon. He is living up to his fearsome reputation from the very start. Ian strides down the hall, his gaze sweeping over the bowing figures, his expression one of utter disdain and boredom. Eren stands alone at the far end of the hall, meeting Ian's gaze, his own posture unbowed, his expression resolute. He will not be intimidated. Ian stops before Eren, a smirk playing on his lips. Ho! He says, a hint of surprise and amusement in his voice at Eren's open defiance. Ian performs a mock bow, his movements exaggerated and clearly insulting, a display of his arrogance. He then straightens, his red eyes locking onto Eren's blue ones, a silent challenge passing between them. Don't you think your head is too high, Pendragon brat? Ian sneers condescendingly, but Aaron retorts coolly, "Why is that? It's not like you are the emperor himself." Ian's smirk widens into a predatory grin as he declares with absolute confidence, "But I will be the emperor," his ambition laid bare. Aaron meets his gaze unflinchingly, the tension between them crackling like lightning, neither willing to back down. A cold smile touches Aaron's lips, his own blue aura beginning to flare as he states calmly but firmly, "No, the person who will become the emperor is not you." Prince Ian's eyes widen in shock, an exclamation mark appearing above his head. He clearly did not expect such direct opposition, such a bold declaration from Aaron. Aaron, enveloped in his own powerful blue aura that now takes the form of a roaring dragon, looks down on the stunned Prince Ian and says, his voice resonating with power, "It's a shame, isn't it? Second Prince, Ian Aragon. The challenge has been issued." Prince Ian stands amidst his flaring golden conqueror's aura, his expression a mixture of fury and disbelief as he declares, "I have the blood of the first emperor flowing through me, as well as the conqueror's aura." He simply can't comprehend being challenged. His red eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he thinks, but a knot of unease forming in his stomach. The sheer force of Aaron's brilliant blue, draconic aura pushes against Ian's golden one, and Ian visibly struggles, his confident smirk faltering as he realizes with dawning horror, "I am being pushed back by that white worms," still clinging to his disdainful nickname. Aaron stands calmly, enveloped in his radiant blue aura which seems to have ethereal, wing-like extensions, a confident smile on his lips, while Ian stares, wide-eyed, gasping, "Is that the white dragon aura?" Finally recognizing the source of Aaron's overwhelming power. Ian's shock quickly turns to pure rage as he seethes, "Bastard! How dare you?" To be overshadowed by someone he considered insignificant is an unbearable insult to his immense pride. He lunges forward, his fist aimed at Aaron, his golden aura flaring violently, while Princess Ingrid watches from the side, her expression unreadable, and the nobles cower, caught in the crossfire of two immense powers. Suddenly, Princess Ingrid steps forward, elegant and composed even amidst the tension, with Lady Luna Sirad following closely behind her, looking anxious. Ian, mid-lunge, glances towards his sister, and Aaron too turns his attention to the princess as Ian growls, "Ingrid," clearly annoyed by the interruption. Ingrid meets her brother's furious gaze with a look of stern disapproval, her voice cold and firm as she says, "Don't cause trouble, brother." Her authority, though quieter, is undeniable. Aaron observes the interaction, thinking, she called him brother, so she must be the royal princess. Confirming her identity, then his gaze falls on Lady Luna Sirad beside Ingrid, wondering, why is Luna Sirad here? Aaron is puzzled by the noblewoman's presence with the royal siblings, while Lady Sirad herself looks slightly flustered but maintains her composure. Princess Ingrid turns to Aaron, performing a graceful curtsy, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Duke. My name is Ingrid." Aaron, surprised by her formality after the tense standoff, manages a polite, "It's my pleasure. I am Aaron Pendragon." Ingrid explains matter-of-factly that they were engaged before they were even born, so they've never actually met before, her words direct, leaving no room for misunderstanding their past connection. Aaron nods slowly, I see," still processing this forgotten piece of his predecessor's life and history. A sly, almost playful smile touches Ingrid's lips as she begins, "Hee." However, her red eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief as she looks Aaron up and down. "It's just like what Luna Sirad said," Ingrid continues, her voice taking on a complimentary, almost flirtatious tone. "You are a very strong and handsome person, Aaron Pendragon." Her assessment is surprisingly bold, her direct gaze making Aaron slightly uncomfortable. Aaron is taken aback. He wasn't expecting such a forward comment from the princess, especially given the charged circumstances. Ingrid smoothly takes Aaron's arm, her smile widening as she asks invitingly, "Won't you guide me around the castle?" Prince Ian, forgotten for a moment, glares at them, practically vibrating with rage, about to explode. Ingrid. Did you perhaps?" Lady Luna Sirad watches this unfold, a bead of sweat on her brow, her expression one of pure anxiety, knowing how volatile Prince Ian can be. As Eren reluctantly allows Princess Ingrid to lead him away, with Ian fuming behind them and Lady Luna looking worried, Ingrid leans in and whispers, "Things have become really troublesome yet again." Eren, her playful demeanor hiding a sharp awareness of the underlying tensions. They walk down a grand corridor, and in the distance, Eren sees his mother, Duchess Helene, and two young girls, one of whom looks very familiar, though he can't quite place her. Duchess Helene greets the royal siblings. "It has been a long time, Prince Ian, Princess Ingrid," while the young girls beside her curtsy politely. One of the girls, with blonde hair and bright blue eyes, looks up at Prince Ian with a slightly mischievous, toothy grin, saying cheerfully, "Nice to meet you." Prince Ian looks down at the girl, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes as he murmurs, his anger momentarily forgotten. He then asks if she remembers him from the White Castle, and the girl beams, "Of course." Ian then turns to her with a charming smile, "Pendragon lady, could you tell me your name?" And she replies proudly, "My name is Eren." Ian's smile widens, his voice smooth and flattering, "A beautiful name, just like a flower." He then introduces himself with practiced arrogance as Ian Aragon, second prince, a fierce warrior second to none in the imperial capital. He leans closer to Eren, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "As I've been blessed by the gods." Eren looks utterly starstruck, while Ingrid, watching, mutters under her breath, "Be brother," clearly embarrassed by his blatant charm offensive. Eren, completely captivated, exclaims that he is even more radiant today and she can feel his aura, clearly impressed by his royal presence. Prince Ian, however, seems to realize he's being upstaged by Eren in Eren's affections and looks annoyed, his pride wounded by being ignored. Suddenly, Eren, holding a small white, fluffy creature that looks like a rabbit, makes a beeline straight for Eren. She cries out, rushing past the stunned Prince Ian and latching onto Eren's leg with surprising speed. She clings tightly to Eren, looking up at him with wide, adoring eyes, completely ignoring the fuming prince behind her. Eren stands there, a small, confused child attached to his leg, while Elkin Isla looks on with a stoic but slightly amused expression. This is not how he envisioned the royal visit going. Prince Ian glares at Elkin, his anger now redirected as he snarls, "Hey, you bastard, who are you?" Elkin meets Ian's gaze coolly, his expression unreadable, replying calmly but firmly, "I have no obligation to tell you my name," refusing to be intimidated by royalty. Ian's red eye twitches in fury. To be spoken to with such disrespect is an intolerable affront to his royal status. "You bastard!" Ian explodes, his voice thundering, "How dare the likes of a knight disrespect me? Introduce yourself." Eren, still clinging to Eren, tries to placate him, "Your Highness." "He is a knight of Valvas, so please forgive." Ian cuts her off, though his anger lessens slightly at the mention of Valvas. "A knight of Valvas?" Looking Elkin over critically, "I see. The ones who are famous for being eccentric." Still looking down on him, but with grudging acknowledgement. Ian smirks, his arrogance returning, "Hey, let's have a bout. I will make you understand which one of us is superior." Elkin, unimpressed, replies coolly, "That's impossible for you." Ian's face contorts with rage again, his teeth bared in a snarl, his golden aura beginning to flare. He's clearly spoiling for a fight. Princess Ingrid steps forward, her expression stern. "For the second time, brother," she says sharply, her own subtle aura pulsing as a warning to Ian. "If you cause any trouble again, you won't be able to open your mouth for a year," Ingrid threatens icily, and Ian visibly deflates. His sister clearly holds significant power over him. The group proceeds into a reception room, the tension still thick in the air, with Elkin, Eren, Ian, Ingrid, and Lady Luna all present. Lady Luna and the other attending nobles whisper, wondering what's happening as the tyrant prince, who nobody can go up against in the imperial city, has been led by the nose ever since he arrived here. Their conclusion is clear. The Pendragons are awesome. Eren's household is proving to be far more formidable than anyone expected. Ian, still smarting from being shut down, approaches Aaron with a sneer, "Yo, white worm," deliberately using the insulting nickname. He leans in, his voice low, "Let's talk. Just the two of us. I have something important to say." Aaron eyes him warily, unsure of his intentions. Ian smirks, taunting him, "Are you scared?" trying to provoke a reaction. Aaron returns a cool smile, "No, I was just surprised after hearing that nickname," then adds with a direct gaze, "I also want to have a talk with you, Eternal Prince?" throwing Ian's self-proclaimed title back at him with mockery. The two sit opposite each other at a long table, an uneasy truce between them as wine is poured, the atmosphere still charged. Aaron observes Ian, remarking neutrally, "You've changed a lot," comparing the Ian before him to the weak boy the original Aaron might have known. Ian sips his wine, looking at Aaron with disdain. "The last time I saw you, you were just a pale, weak, and frail little worm. That's why I decided to cancel my sister's engagement," his arrogance boundless. Aaron takes a sip of his own wine, his expression unreadable, dismissing Ian's reasoning. "So that's something you decided? Whatever. Why the hell did you come here? Do you want to talk about the engagement again?" Ian bristles, snapping, "There's no way I am giving my sister to you, you bastard," his temper flaring instantly. He leans back, a smug look on his face, trying to assert dominance. "I didn't feel an ounce of loyalty towards the imperial family ever since I got here, not even from that night. What do you, who is related to the imperial family, mean by this?" Aaron meets his gaze, his voice calm but firm. "The Pendragons don't just stand under the shadows of anyone, and I will just do what I want to do." It's a clear declaration of independence and strength. That's all there is to it. Before Aaron can finish, Ian lunges across the table, his hand reaching for Aaron's throat, his golden aura flaring violently. Aaron reacts instantly, deflecting Ian's attack by splashing his wine directly into the prince's startled face, momentarily blinded and sputtering as the wine splashes across his eyes. Aaron uses the opening, his hand shooting out, grabbing Ian's wrist with a powerful, unyielding grip. Ian gasps, his eyes wide with pain and surprise as Aaron expertly twists his arm, applying painful pressure. In a smooth, practiced motion, Aaron pulls Ian off balance, using the prince's own aggressive momentum against him. Ian is sent sprawling awkwardly across the table, his royal dignity completely shattered by the swift takedown. Aaron stands over him, his expression cold and controlled. He has effortlessly subdued the supposedly fearsome tyrant prince. A close-up shows Aaron's hand still gripping Ian's wrist, his knuckles white, the strength in that grip clearly immense. Ian is utterly shocked, his body contorted awkwardly on the table, unable to believe he was so easily overpowered. Ian groans, trying to push himself up, but Aaron's grip is like iron, unshakable. "Arg!" Ian pants, his face contorted in a mixture of pain and humiliation, completely at Aaron's mercy. Aaron leans down, his face close to Ian's, his blue eyes cold and piercing, holding the prince captive. Ian's hand trembles as he reaches for a nearby dinner knife, a desperate, panicked move. Aaron watches him, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes, not even flinching at the sight of the blade. With a sudden movement, Aaron releases Ian's wrist and steps back, allowing the prince to scramble off the table. Ian clutches the knife, breathing heavily. Ian looks at Aaron, a mixture of fear and confusion in his eyes, panting. "Why did you release me?" bewildered by Aaron's actions. Aaron looks at him, a slight cut on his cheek from their brief scuffle, observing calmly, "It felt like you didn't want to go all out," sensing a hesitation in Ian's attack. Ian, still holding the knife, stares at Aaron as Aaron continues, "If you had just picked up that knife and tried to stab me, you would have gotten away from that technique," pointing out Ian's lack of true killing intent. Aaron's expression becomes intense, his blue aura flaring slightly as he grabs Ian by the hair, forcing the prince to meet his gaze. "So, I'm going to ask you once more. Why the hell did you come here?" His patience is wearing thin. The two stand face to face, Aaron's blue aura clashing with Ian's golden one, the air thick with unspoken animosity and a strange, dangerous energy. A slow, unsettling smile spreads across Ian's face as he chuckles, foo-foo, a manic glint in his red eyes. his chuckle turns into full-blown laughter. Ha ha! The sound chilling and unhinged, echoing through the hall. He throws his head back, laughing uproariously, while Eren watches him, his expression wary, Ian's behavior erratic and unpredictable. Ian finally stops laughing, wiping a tear from his eye, looking at Eren with a newfound, almost predatory interest. I see. You've managed to corner me this much. You've piqued my interest. Ian extends a hand towards Eren, his expression shifting to one of cunning proposition, asking smoothly, "Won't you join hands with me? I will make you the core of the Empire, Eren Pendragon." It's a shocking offer, a complete reversal. After their intense clash, the air in the room still felt heavy. Prince Ian Aragon, the Empire's notoriously volatile second prince, stood over Eren Pendragon, who was resting on a bed, still recovering. Then Ian dropped a surprising offer, his voice cutting through the silence, asking if Eren would join forces with him. Ian leaned in a bit, a sly, confident smirk on his face, his red eyes gleaming. He added that he needed Eren's resourcefulness and military strength, making it clear he was serious about an alliance. Eren, his blonde hair tied back, looked away, his blue eyes narrowed as he thought it over. A faint blue glow flickered around him. He was surprised, thinking to himself how drastically the situation had just changed. Turning back to Ian, Eren's expression remained cautious. He noticed the prince's usual tyrannical aura was gone, his mood completely different. Still wary, Eren asked what exactly Ian meant by joining forces, not ready to trust a man with such a cruel reputation. Ian took a step, the sound of his boot sharp in the otherwise quiet room, and began to explain, his tone now serious, that right now, the members of the imperial family. With one hand on his hip, Ian gestured as he continued, while Eren leaned against the headboard, listening intently. He explained they were all fighting over who would be the next emperor. Ian's expression was earnest as he laid it out. It wasn't just him, but several other princes and the nobles backing them in secret, all vying for power. A hopeful light seemed to surround Ian as he made his case, spreading his hands persuasively. He stated he'd like the Pendragon household to stand by his side in this. Eren sat up straighter, his military jacket immaculate, as Ian promised grand rewards, the Empire's gold and silver, or even an independent state, swearing he'd compensate Eren fittingly. Eren looked down, a thoughtful, almost calculating look on his face. His mind raced with the possibility, if Ian became emperor through this alliance. Suddenly, Eren's eyes snapped open wide, a single, sharp realization hitting him. Something was off. Eren remembered Ian's usual tyrannical behavior, so different from this persuasive act. He knew Ian as the tyrant. If this was his real nature, why would an aspiring emperor reveal his true self like this? It felt wrong. Eren stood, facing Ian directly, and voiced his suspicion. This means that you don't want to become the emperor? Ian flinched, genuinely surprised by Eren's deduction. Eren pressed further, his voice firm, accusing the tyrant persona of being just a facade and demanding to know what Ian was really thinking. Eren turned away, his profile sharp and determined. The rewards didn't matter, he stated. He wouldn't accept an invitation from someone he couldn't trust. Ian watched Eren, an unreadable expression in his eyes, while Eren stood with his arms crossed, resolute. The room filled with a silent, charged tension. Ian's posture shifted. He clenched a fist, a new intensity in his gaze as he leaned forward slightly, admitting Eren knew a lot. He said Eren was the first to understand his intentions, besides his own sister. Looking down, a bead of sweat on his temple, Ian seemed troubled. He'd been seen through, and it clearly unsettled him. A long, heavy silence hung in the air. He then looked up, his voice filled with a surprising passion, almost a desperate plea, confessing, "I want to make my brother Shaun Aragon, the Emperor." This was the truth he'd been hiding. Eren turned, his eyes widening slightly at the name. Shaun, the first prince, widely believed to be bedridden due to illness? Ian stood a little hunched, looking vulnerable for a moment. Ian turned his back, his shoulders slumped, looking burdened by the weight of his secret. Then he suddenly clenched his fist, his voice sharp with denial as he shot down Aaron's comment about an illness, exclaiming that Aaron was wrong. Ian whirled around, his face contorted with raw anger and pain, almost snarling. "My brother was almost assassinated," he cried out. 3 years ago, during the uprising in Sisek. The words poured out, furious and raw. Aaron was visibly shocked, his eyes wide, his body tensing. What? The name Sisek struck him hard. That place, it was deeply connected to his own past life as Raven Vault. Ian continued, his voice filled with a mix of admiration and grief for his brother, describing Shaun as capable, kind, and good, someone who would have been a splendid ruler who had wanted to change their country. But, Ian's voice cracked, his face a mask of pure anguish. Aaron could only stare, completely stunned by the revelation and Ian's raw, overwhelming emotion. Aaron's mind flashed. 3 years ago? Sisek? An uprising? An image surfaced, a figure kneeling, bound, amidst flames and chaos in a grand building, a fragmented memory connected to Sisek. Aaron's expression turned grim, his teeth clenched. He spoke Ian's name, his voice low and serious. "Ian." Aaron looked directly at Ian, a newfound resolve in his eyes. "I will accept your offer." Ian looked up, clearly surprised by the sudden agreement. Aaron's face was fierce, his eyes blazing. "In exchange," he demanded, "you will tell me everything you know about that uprising incident." He had to know the truth. The scene briefly shifted, perhaps a memory of Ian's, showing a happier time. A social gathering, ladies chatting, a man in the background holding a child, and a younger, smiling Ian. Someone exclaimed about a marriage, hinting at the life Shaun once had. Back in the present, Ian reached for a wine glass on a nearby table, saying that was everything he knew about it. Now seated at a table with wine poured, Aaron listened intently as Ian began to share the details, though Ian's thoughtful pause suggested the full story might still be incomplete. Aaron held his wine glass, his reflection visible in the pale liquid, deep in thought as he absorbed every word from Ian. The reflection in the wine shifted, revealing a young man with dark hair and earnest eyes, Raven Vault, from Aaron's past life. Aaron thought back to that time when the image of young Raven continued, now holding a sealed letter. Aaron remembered himself, then an aspiring knight, being given a letter by the Lord of the Sisek territory, connecting Raven directly to these events. Back in his current form, Aaron swirled the wine, his expression grim. It seemed they had an ulterior motive back then, he realized, sensing the past deception. Ian, holding his own glass, looked troubled. The real problem, he admitted, was that they didn't know who actually instigated the uprising. The mastermind remained a shadow. Aaron considered this. Wouldn't it be one of the other princes aiming for the throne? Ian countered that there were many princes, and even more nobles supporting them, making the list of suspects vast. Aaron leaned his head on his hand, looking weary. It felt impossible to pinpoint the instigator among so many. A thoughtful silence settled between them. Then, Aaron suddenly looked up, a name on his lips, spoken with a strange intensity that came from a life before this one. Goofily. He asked Ian if he knew a prince with that name, the name of the man who, in Aaron's past, became emperor. Ian looked genuinely puzzled by the name, Goofily. He repeated it, then a flicker of recognition crossed his face. Goofily. Ah. Seated across from each other, Ian explained that Goofily was just the son of a concubine, a noble in name only with no real influence. He seemed to dismiss Goofily as insignificant, but was clearly intrigued that Aaron even knew such an obscure name. Aaron looked down, pondering. So Goofily existed in this timeline too, but was considered unimportant? This directly contradicted his memories of Goofily becoming the emperor. Something was definitely different. A faded image, like an old photograph, appeared in Aaron's mind. A grand coronation, a figure being crowned emperor. If Goofily was so minor now, Aaron wondered, how was he going to become emperor in just a few years? Aaron looked sharply at Ian, his eyes narrowed. He needed to understand. That concubine, he asked, what's Goofily's mother's background? Ian leaned back in his ornate chair, considering. He recalled her name was Baroness Ullin, from the port city of Rue, and he'd heard her birthplace was definitely. Ian trailed off, a flicker of something in his eyes, not quite finishing his sentence about her birthplace, but his expression hinted at the unspoken. Aaron leaned forward, his eyes wide with sudden, chilling realization. The connection was made. Baroness Ullin, Goofali's mother. Ian looked startled, a small gasp showing his shock at Aaron's deduction. Ian stood abruptly, agitated. He scoffed, "What could that little brat do? Even if he somehow managed to harm my brother, he'd never be in line for the throne." He was defensive, dismissing Goofali as any real threat. Aaron also stood, his expression calm but firm as he faced the agitated prince. "There's no such thing as never," he stated, placing a hand on the table, his voice carrying the weight of past experiences. Ian stammered, trying to argue. A powerful memory surged through Aaron. Raven Vault, in his past life, being overwhelmed, a demonic figure looming over him, blue energy swirling around them. "Everything is connected," Aaron said with conviction. "I know that firsthand." Aaron stood tall, his entire body suddenly enveloped in a brilliant, swirling blue aura. The power was immense, crackling in the room, catching Ian completely off guard. Ian stared, his eyes wide with shock and a touch of fear, wondering about this incredible aura radiating from Aaron. Flashes of images. Aaron in his past life fighting desperately, then Aaron in the present, channeling that same intense energy. He was pushing his limits, drawing on something profound. Ian looked on, a horrifying thought dawning on him. Everything he's shown so far hasn't been his full strength. Aaron's eyes glowed with the blue draconic power. "I know that firsthand," he repeated, his voice resonating with an ancient, undeniable power. Ian's red eye flared, a strange pattern momentarily appearing within it as he absorbed the sheer force of Aaron's conviction. Ian's mind raced, thrown into turmoil. What did this man know? This wasn't just confidence, it was a certainty backed by something Ian couldn't begin to comprehend. Aaron stood bathed in the blue light, his expression unyielding. Ian was profoundly shaken. Who the hell is this man? Aaron was clearly far more than just the heir to a duchy. Then, through the large window behind Aaron, a colossal, majestic white dragon with golden horns began to materialize, its form towering over the castle itself. The blue aura around Aaron seemed to connect directly to this immense, powerful being. Ian stumbled back, utterly aghast. Aaron stood calmly before the manifestation of the dragon, while Ian pointed, his voice trembling as he stammered, "White dragon?" He could barely believe what he was seeing. A close-up showed the white dragon's magnificent head, its intelligent blue eyes glowing. This was Soldrake, the legendary guardian of the Pendragons, in her full, awe-inspiring glory. The light emanating from the dragon intensified, almost blinding. Aaron remained steadfast, while Ian was dwarfed by the sheer scale of the power now on display. The dragon's form then began to shift, and from the brilliant light, a figure descended, a woman in a flowing long dress, surrounded by the same blue ethereal energy. Ian watched, speechless. The woman fully materialized. It was Soldrake's human form, with her silver-white braided hair, elegant gown, and small, feathered wings. She stood serenely beside Aaron, who looked towards her. Ian could only stare from across the room, his earlier arrogance completely vanished. Aaron looked at Sol, a hint of a smile on his face, and simply said her name, "Sol." The deep bond between them was clear. Sol looked back at Aaron, her expression gentle and concerned. "I felt a fierce dragon aura," she said, using her affectionate nickname for him. "Are you all right, Ray?" Her presence was calming, yet undeniably powerful. Aaron and Sol stood together by the window, a beacon of light and power. Ian watched them from across the room, completely taken aback by the spectacle and the casual, yet profound connection between the man and the dragon-turned-woman. Ian was still trying to process the incredible sight. "So beautiful," he murmured, awestruck. Then, a realization hit him. Is that really that fearsome dragon? The beauty and the terror were one and the same. Aaron and Sol stood side by side, their hands almost touching. Now Aaron truly understood. The Pendragons, they were the contractors of the White Dragon. This was their true legacy, the source of their immense power. Ian finally seemed to grasp the depth of what he'd witnessed. A small, almost resigned smile touched his lips as he began to understand. Ian, Aaron, and Sol now stood together. Ian, hands on his hips, looked at Aaron with a newfound respect. "I get it," he said, still processing but clearly starting to believe in what Aaron was saying. Ian grinned, a genuine, almost admiring expression on his face. "You sure are a special guy," he admitted. "Since I've acknowledged you, I will trust your intuition." This was a major concession from the proud prince. Aaron and Sol stood together, Aaron with a slight, knowing smile, Sol serene and regal beside him. They were truly a formidable pair. Sol turned to Aaron, her voice gentle. "Did something happen?" she asked, sensing the shift in the atmosphere and Aaron's earlier intensity. Aaron turned to Sol, a light-hearted, almost mischievous smile on his face. He put a hand to his side and chuckled. "A lot," he said, which was quite the understatement. Ian, having witnessed their interaction and now fully on board, called out to Aaron with a newfound camaraderie in his voice, ready for whatever came next. Aaron grinned, full of confidence and a hint of excitement. He gestured boldly. "Let's travel to our summer villa," he announced, a sudden and unexpected proposal. Ian was completely bewildered. Travel? He clearly hadn't expected a vacation invitation. Aaron quickly clarified, "It's on the outskirts of Sisek, along the Silver Tion beach." The location was no accident. Aaron's eyes glinted with strategic cunning. This wasn't a vacation at all. "Let's lure our enemies out from there," he declared. His true plan was to set a trap. The scene shifted to a picturesque coastal road. Several elegant carriages, presumably carrying Aaron, Sol, and Ian's party, made their way along the path, heading towards Sisek. The journey and the hunt had officially begun, the sound of carriage wheels and horses' hooves echoing lightly. We open to a bright blue sky with fluffy white clouds, and a caption lets us know we're looking at the largest commercial city of the empire, so it feels like a big story is about to start here. The view sweeps down to show a sprawling, vibrant coastal city, with many ships sailing on the sparkling turquoise water and sturdy docks and buildings lining the shore, showing us the busy port city of Luz. A wooden sign clearly marks the Luz Chamber of Commerce, and it seems like a conversation is starting nearby, with someone asking if others have heard the latest news. On a balcony overlooking the sea, a group of men are sharing food and drinks, and one man with light blonde hair tells the others that the Pendragon household and Prince Ian Aragon, the tyrant, have come to the nearby Sybil coast. Another man immediately asks why those two would be together, while a third man with dark hair just mutters that he doesn't know but feels the situation is really bad, showing how unsettling this alliance is. The blonde man continues, his expression serious, explaining that Governor Segunda has the most authority here and that he and the Pendragons don't get along at all, adding another layer of tension. Another man at the table, with dark hair and a vest, starts to talk about some sensitive history, mentioning the governor and Duchess Eileen, but his friend quickly cuts him off, alarmed, telling him to stop because they could get punished for discussing such things. A man with spiky dark brown hair takes a long drink from his mug, looking thoughtful, and comments that Luz is unusually lively this year, sensing that there's more going on than meets the eye. His eyes widen a bit as he shares another major piece of news, revealing that Arangis, the Sea Dragon King and absolute ruler of the South, docked at the port today, making the city feel like a powder keg. The other two men at the table look completely shocked, their mugs stopping halfway to their lips, as they can barely believe they heard the name, the Sea Dragon King. The man nods, confirming it and explaining that Arangis, with the vicious sea dragon Vizsla as his guardian, is said to have military power that rivals even the emperor's, as a stunning image shows the massive, dark blue sea dragon Vizsla roaring out of stormy waters. The men at the table look uneasy, one commenting on how scary and troublesome the warriors of the south are, while another frets about the Pendragons, the tyrant, and Arangis all being in Luz, hoping nothing bad happens. Suddenly, a smooth, confident voice cuts in, and we see a close-up of a man's lips with a slight smile as he sips from a cup, calmly saying there's nothing to be concerned about. It turns out to be a well-dressed man with neatly combed dark hair, confidently chugging his drink at their table, and one of the men exclaims that it's President Ron, noting how much he drinks, showing he's an influential figure. President Ron continues speaking, his voice smooth and assured, saying that when the wealthy gather. He holds up his mug, looking perfectly calm amidst all the nervous chatter, and finishes his thought by saying the only thing awaiting their Chamber of Commerce is prosperity, seeing opportunity where others see only danger. Elsewhere in Luz, Elkin Isla and Karda, the orc chieftain, are walking through the port with another of Aaron's men, looking serious and clearly on alert in the bustling port. Knight Mark Killian, looking exasperated with his distinct mustache, wonders to himself how this mission turned into such a large vacation and why the Imperial Prince even accompanied them, clearly not enjoying this turn of events. Karda, on the other hand, grins widely, his tusks prominent, and says he doesn't care about that stuff because he's more interested in the atmosphere of the port. Karda's eyes then widen with excitement as he urges the others to look at the city and all the people around them. His gaze fixes on a stern-looking man in armor, and Karda exclaims, "Warriors!" his battle instincts clearly tingling at the sight. He spots even more warriors, including a bald man with intricate tattoos and another with a turban and beard, and shouts, "Warriors!" Even more warriors, showing Karda is truly in his element here. Karda grins ferociously, clenching his fist, declaring this place is paradise and that he wants to fight already, wanting to crush them all, his desire for battle almost uncontrollable while Elkin and Killian look on. Killian sighs, a bead of sweat on his temple, remembering that Karda and his orcs came out of the forest to find more opponents to fight, and thinking how unbelievable it is that they wanted to come to a port city. Suddenly, the group of warriors Karda was admiring turn their heads sharply, their expressions wary, as if they sensed something approaching. Killian, Karda, and Elkin stop walking as a crowd has gathered, and in the middle of it, a new group is making its way through, making Killian wonder what's happening. A large, blue-skinned foot steps firmly onto the cobblestones, and it's clearly not human. A group of imposing, blue-skinned orcs, adorned with skulls and riding a fierce-looking griffin-like creature, stride through the crowd, radiating an aura of pure menace. Karda, our green-skinned Ancona orc, stares at them, recognizing them as orcs, yet these are different from his own kind. Killian, his face pale with alarm, identifies them as Latuan orcs, and when Karda asks what's special about them, Killian looks even more concerned. Killian explains with a grave voice that they came from the far south, the Mort Archipelago, and are the most vicious tribe of orcs, making their livelihood by being. The word pirates hangs in the air, ominous and stark, revealing their dangerous nature. We get a close-up of one of the Latuan orc pirates, who looks massive with an eye patch, braided hair, and a necklace of human skulls, appearing utterly ruthless. Two Latuan orcs sneer at the cowering humans around them, one remarking on how scared the humans are just by them walking near, and the other disdainfully calling humans an inferior species. One of the Latuan orcs then spots Karda's group, pointing them out with a curious expression on his face. The Latuan orcs focus on Karda, one exclaiming that there's an orc over there, while Killian mutters that it's not a common sight, setting up an interaction between the two orc groups. One of the Latuan pirates, with a cruel grin, observes Karda and remarks that Karda doesn't seem strong since he's giving them space and appears to get along with weak humans, mocking Karda's apparent docility. Karda explodes in rage, yelling at them and asking if they're looking for a fight because he's going to kill them all, ready to brawl, while Killian frantically tries to stop him, worried about a fight in front of the whole crowd. Killian sharply reminds Karda that he is now a member of the Pendragon household, and Karda freezes, his rage momentarily checked by this reminder of his new allegiance, clearly conflicted. The Latuan orcs laugh mockingly, one sneering and pointing at Karda, astonished that an orc would be under a human and calling Karda's race the weakest on Earth, their taunts clearly meant to provoke. Karda glares after the departing pirates, his fists clenched, still fuming as the tension remains thick in the air. Killian places a hand on Elkin Isla's shoulder, trying to keep the peace, but Elkin is already subtly drawing one of his twin swords, his expression cold and deadly. Killian, feeling Elkin's intent, just says, "Huh," as he realizes Elkin is about to take action. A close-up on Elkin's hand shows his sword guard is indeed lifted slightly from its sheath, confirming he's preparing to strike, and Killian thinks with alarm that Elkin's sword guard is lifted. Elkin's eyes are blazing with cold fury, with flames seeming to erupt behind him and Carta, as he declares in a chillingly calm voice that he will kill them, while Carta looks on, surprised by Elkin's intensity, and Killian is utterly dismayed. Killian covers his face with his hand, completely exasperated, wondering why he has to babysit these unreliable companions when all he wanted was a vacation at the beach, his hopes for peace long gone. Killian sighs, then his expression turns thoughtful as he considers something else. He looks towards the Lachuan orc pirates, who are still swaggering through the port with their beast, and wonders why these pirates are walking around so brazenly in a commercial city. He questions why they are walking in the open so boldly, as it's unusual for pirates to operate so openly in a major city. Killian gazes at the city as the setting sun casts long shadows over the grand buildings, and he concludes that there is definitely something going on in this city, while a caption identifies the local power as Governor of Luz, Count Segunda. Inside a lavish room, a man with neatly styled gray hair, Count Segunda, stands looking out a large window at the sunset, musing that Aaron Pendragon, the White Dragon contractor, and Ian Aragon, the Lion Prince, both came for a vacation in the outskirts of Luz. Count Segunda turns, his expression shrewd with a monocle over one eye, and asks a younger man sitting at a desk sipping wine, "What is your take on this, Vincent?" Vincent, the dark-haired aide, holds his wine glass with sharp eyes, and points out that they are not only in the outskirts of Luz but also near Sisek, specifically at the Sybil Cliff, showing he's well informed. Count Segunda paces with his back to Vincent, as Vincent continues his analysis, wondering if perhaps they noticed something about the Sisek incident. Vincent takes a sip of wine, his gaze thoughtful, and acknowledges that if they investigate the relationship between Baroness Earlin and Gooffly, they will find out, but he adds however. He continues confidently, saying that Ian aside, there should be no reason for the Pendragons to get involved in this matter, believing they have no direct stake. Count Segunda stops by the window, looking out, and agrees that the incident has no direct link with the Pendragons, but then adds that we owe that household a large debt, hinting at a complex, possibly hostile history. Vincent looks slightly displeased, calling the situation unpleasant and referring to the cat and the snake, likely a derogatory way to describe the Pendragons and another faction, before a moment of silence hangs in the room. Count Segunda turns, a cunning, almost sinister smile on his face, and decides to leave everything to that man, the one who controls the pirates and rules Luz from behind the scenes, referring to his own shadowy alter ego or a powerful operative. The words, "The Dark King," appear in elegant, ominous script against a fiery, abstract background, revealing Count Segunda's true, hidden power. The sun finally sets over the port city of Luz, casting the buildings in beautiful hues of orange and purple, but this picturesque scene hides the dangerous currents flowing beneath the surface, as the story is to be continued. The first day of what they were calling the Pendragon household vacation continued on the Sybil coast, with Sol sitting majestically atop the huge beached whale, looking out at the sea. Down below, a shirtless Aaron played near the water with a delighted Aaron, while Lady Luna watched them with a gentle smile, making the scene look surprisingly peaceful against the beautiful coastal backdrop. Later on, the group was enjoying a huge feast of whale meat, though Carta, the Ancona orc chieftain, was gnawing on a large piece looking rather grumpy, probably still annoyed from his earlier run-in with the Lachuan orcs. Knight Killian tried to soothe him while Kratul, the shaman, enjoyed a skewer of meat, and even the small familiars, Tata the harpy and Kazal the goblin, were happily eating the delicious meal. Killian asked Kratul why Carta was so mad, and Kratul explained it was because of what happened at the port. As the day came to an end, Elkin Isla was seen practicing hard with his griffin on the beach, his twin swords moving in a blur of motion, while in the background, men gathered around fires, likely cooking more of the whale as the day's activities wound down. Night fell over the coastal town near Sybil, and the moon hung bright in a starry sky, its light reflecting on the calm sea, while warm lights glowed from the windows of a charming beachfront villa where Aaron and his party were likely staying. Aaron sat by himself on the villa's balcony, relaxed in an ornate chair, just gazing at the distant lights of Luz across the water as he sipped from a glass of red wine, lost in his thoughts in the quiet and contemplative atmosphere. Then, a hand reached into view, pouring more wine into a glass, and a voice asked if he was drinking to the restless city of Luz, making Aaron look over, still holding his own glass. It was Prince Ian, a smirk on his face as he held his own glass of wine and strolled onto the balcony with his shirt unbuttoned casually, saying he wanted to join. Aaron glanced at him with a slightly unimpressed look, remarking that Ian's mood was as bad as always, clearly referring to Ian's earlier embarrassment on the beach. Ian absolutely exploded, his face twisting in anger with veins popping, shouting, "Of course," because he was still fuming about being rejected and mocked by the ladies earlier. Ian gestured wildly, a flashback image appearing behind him showing the ladies looking impressed by Aaron on the beach, as he complained that he was the one who invited the girls and didn't understand why they reacted that way, while Aaron, looking utterly exasperated, told him his everyday behavior just wasn't good and that he kept creating unnecessary trouble. Ian stood looking down at Aaron, who was still seated, and accused Aaron of putting on a face like he wasn't interested, asking if perhaps he was something else, but Aaron simply stated that he was already married, a straightforward and no-nonsense reply. Ian took a sip of his wine, a skeptical look in his eyes, and said it didn't seem like Aaron really cared about his concubine either, referring to Lindsay and still underestimating how deep Aaron's commitments ran. Ian then snapped his fingers as a thought struck him, and he leaned towards Aaron with a speculative glint in his eye, while Aaron just looked back with a silent question. Ian pointed with a smug look on his face, as an image of Soul in her regal human form appeared beside him, and he asked if Aaron and that dragon had something going on, implying a romantic connection. Aaron was completely flabbergasted, his eyes wide and mouth agape, exclaiming "Chich," as the accusation caught him totally off guard, with red lines of shock radiating around him. Ian explained his reasoning, saying that when he saw Aaron back at the castle talking to the dragon after she became human, Aaron had looked different, showing Ian had noticed their unique bond even if he misunderstood its nature. Aaron looked out at the dark sea, his expression unreadable as he held his wine, and he remained silent for a long moment, completely lost in thought. A memory flashed in his mind of him in darker, more practical attire, standing with Soul, as his inner voice stated that he is a Pendragon. The memory continued, showing him by a campfire with Soul under the moonlit sky, as he acknowledged his dual identity, thinking that he is also Raven, feeling the weight of both lives he carried. Back in the present, Aaron looked down, a melancholic expression on his face, clearly showing the memories and the weight of his secrets were heavy on him. He then looked up, his composure regained, though a hint of that sadness remained in his eyes, as he dismissed Ian's romantic insinuation, saying it was nothing like that. A close-up of Aaron's wine glass showed his reflection within the red liquid, a moment of quiet introspection for him. Aaron took a deep drink of his wine and then let out a sigh, admitting that Soul was special after all, though not in the way Ian imagined. Ian, ever the pragmatist about such things, commented that Soul was truly a peerless beauty but he preferred to stick with humans, to which Aaron drily retorted that he couldn't care less about Ian's sexual preferences. Aaron's expression then turned serious, his gaze fixed on the distant lights of Luz, as he brought the conversation back to their true purpose, stating their first goal in this vacation was to investigate the attempted murder of Prince Shaun. Behind Ian, an image of the stern Count Segunda appeared as Aaron continued, laying out the connections by explaining that Prince Gooffly, his mother Baroness Irlin, and the Luz Governor Segunda were all relatives, showing the tightening web of intrigue. Aaron explained his strategy, saying that if Segunda was the true mastermind behind the assassination attempt, he should have started moving when he heard that Ian, the Imperial Prince, was near Sisek, expecting their presence to flush out the enemy. Aaron looked thoughtful, beginning to say, "For example?" Ian sipped his wine with a confident smirk on his face, interrupting to ask if Aaron meant trying to assassinate him, for example, seeming almost eager for the confrontation as a bright light flared behind him, while Aaron just looked at him unimpressed. Ian's smirk widened into a predatory grin as he remarked how brazen it was for them to aim for the Imperial Prince, clearly relishing the idea of a direct challenge. Eren looked at Ian with a knowing look in his eyes, saying Ian wasn't the type who would let them act as they wished, and Ian replied with fervor that Eren should look forward to it because he was ready to rampage. Eren smiled faintly, a hint of his own strategic cunning showing, as he cautioned that now was not the time because they still had to let the fish take the bait, showing he was a patient hunter. Ian drained his glass, letting out a thoughtful as he seemed to be considering Eren's words, perhaps finally understanding the need for a more subtle approach. Ian looked pensive, thinking to himself how Eren managed to figure out the enemy's intentions with only so little information, clearly impressed by Eren's strategic mind. Ian then recalled the moment Eren had unleashed his powerful blue aura, declaring that he knew things firsthand, and the sheer conviction and power Eren displayed back then still resonated with him. Ian wondered if it was instinct or if there was perhaps something more to it, unable to quite grasp the source of Eren's uncanny insights. Ian looked at Eren with a new level of curiosity and respect in his eyes, wondering what the hell Eren Pendragon was seeing, recognizing there was much more to Eren than met the eye. The scene then shifted to the dark, rough-looking exterior of a building in Luz's underworld, with a sign depicting an orca whale and several tough-looking individuals, including orcs and humans, loitering outside, clearly a den of illegal activity. Inside, it was a dimly lit, rough-hewn bar named Archipelago Orca, where two blue-skinned Lachuan orc pirates were sitting on the steps, one drinking from a bottle and the other holding a massive spiked club. Two human guards at the entrance looked surprised, one saying he was shocked that a human had gotten into the place where the pirate orcs gathered, the Orca Archipelago, indicating someone unexpected had arrived. One of the guards added grimly, looking at the orca whale sign which now had a red X over it, that perhaps the human was their food, showing how dangerous this place was for outsiders. A young man with dark hair tied back with a yellow bandana was chugging ale from a large wooden tankard, his face hidden from view. He lowered the tankard, revealing a handsome, determined face. It was Vincent, Count Segunda's aide, but he was dressed like a common traveler or pirate. One of the Lachuan orc pirates, with sharp teeth and a braided beard, grinned approvingly, exclaiming that Vincent drank like a real man. Vincent sat on a barrel stool in the middle of the pirate den, surrounded by menacing Lachuan orcs, while one of them, with a red bandana and dreadlocks who looked mostly human but had pointed ears and sharp teeth, held a cutlass and looked at Vincent intently. This was Orangus. The Lachuan orc chieftain, Pack, with his eye patch and skull necklace, leaned back, a guttural sound rumbling in his throat, seeming to be the one in charge of these pirates. Orangus, the man with the red bandana, spoke up, saying they should get straight to the point and asking what the governor wanted. Vincent replied coolly that Segunda wanted to work with the Snake and the Cat, clearly code names for factions or individuals involved in the Sisek incident. Orangus smirked, intrigued, remarking how bold Segunda was and asking if he also wanted to kill a prince, with the Lachuan orc behind him looking on, and Orangus added almost admiringly that you can't judge a person by his appearance, referring to Segunda's audacity. Orangus leaned closer, his expression turning serious and his eyes glinting, as he began to speak about the incident that happened 3 years ago in Sisek. Vincent looked down at his tankard as Orangus continued, his voice low and menacing, saying that Segunda didn't like it when people pried into his matters, especially when those people were from this garbage dump of a place, referring to Sisek with utter contempt. Vincent remained silent, listening as the atmosphere in the bar grew thick with unspoken threats, simply saying, "Huh," as if processing the information. Orangus leaned back, resting his chin on his hand with a predatory smile, remarking that it seemed there was another bold one besides the Lachuan orcs who could act like this in front of him, acknowledging Eren or Ian's boldness. Orangus's eye gleamed with amusement as he said he really liked that, showing he enjoyed a good challenge. He grinned widely, his sharp teeth prominent, declaring that strong people were amazing, whether they were orcs or humans, showing he clearly respected power regardless of its origin. Vincent then presented a sealed letter, saying the details were in there, and a bright light emanated from the letter, signifying its importance. Orangus took the letter, and Vincent explained that 3 days from now, that person would invite the snake and the cat to his house, and since the cat liked to stand out, if they gave him a little stimulus, he would jump right in, outlining a plan to lure their targets. Aranjus read the letter, a cruel smile spreading across his face, as he said okay, and that he would play with the little tyrant from the imperial capital to his heart's content, clearly referring to Ian. Aranjus casually tossed a wad of cash towards Vincent, calling him little cat in a dismissive way, perhaps as a payment or a signal. Vincent caught the money, his expression unreadable, and asked if he could ask Aranjus a question, to which Aranjus replied, "What is it?" Vincent looked directly at Aranjus, his gaze intense, and asked if Aranjus was a human, sensing the overwhelming power coming from him. Aranjus held the money, a flicker of something dangerous appearing in his eyes as he considered the question. A close-up of Aranjus's mouth revealed his sharp, almost inhuman teeth, as he repeated, "Human? A human, seeming amused by the very idea. Suddenly, Vincent was thrown backward with incredible force as a red, oppressive aura exploded from Aranjus, filling the room. Aranjus stood amidst the swirling red-black energy, his power fully unleashed, and he loomed over Vincent, who was reeling from the sudden, violent attack. Vincent stared, terrified, as sweat poured down his face, thinking about this aura that was literally stopping him from breathing, as he experienced Aranjus's true, monstrous power. Aranjus, surrounded by dark, swirling energy with his eyes glowing malevolently, asked with a sadistic grin what Vincent thought now, holding out a hand as tendrils of dark energy coiled around it. Vincent, struggling against the crushing pressure, managed to gasp out the word, "human." His hand outstretched as if trying to ward off the immense power. Aranjus effortlessly grabbed Vincent's outstretched arm, showing his superior strength. With a contemptuous flick of his wrist, Aranjus sent Vincent flying across the room, slamming him hard against a far wall. Vincent was shown upside down, completely dazed and confused by the sheer force of the impact. He then crashed to the floor, groaning in pain from the brutal throw. Aranjus loomed over him with a mocking expression, asking why he didn't fall on his feet and sarcastically saying he was amazing and better than he thought. Aranjus leaned down, his face close to Vincent's, his eyes burning with intensity, and added with clear condescension, "For a human, that is." Aranjus then turned to his Latuan orc chieftain, Pak, and excitedly asked if Pak didn't want to eat some orc meat, offering Karda as a potential meal. Pak, the blue-skinned orc with the eye patch, looked surprised, his jaw dropping as he exclaimed, "Eh?" at the sudden offer. Aranjus elaborated with relish that orc meat matured in a forest for dozens of years must be delicious, saying he saw one in the city today and got a little curious, and Pak replied thoughtfully that it sounded good. Pak, rubbing his chin, considered the offer and then said since the orc meat was his, what would Junior, Aranjus, eat, already claiming Karda for himself. Aranjus, surrounded by a fiery red aura, declared his own savage plans with glee, saying he would be eating cat and snake meat, and that they should kill all the males immediately, clearly targeting Eren and Ian. Aranjus then threw his head back and laughed maniacally, his power flaring around him, shouting that as for the females, they should feel and devour them, his sadism knowing no bounds. Vincent, still on the floor, stared in absolute horror as he realized that this was not a human, but the second son of the 5 dukedoms of the Empire, Sea Dragon King Aranjus. Aranjus, his eyes glowing yellow and his teeth bared in a monstrous grin, embodied pure evil, and Vincent's final thought revealed the terrifying truth. This was Tolio Aranjus, the Dark King of Luz, confirming the Sea Dragon King and the Dark King were likely one and the same, a horrifying revelation. We're back at the sunny coastal villa where Eren and his group are staying, and suddenly a surprised H cuts through the otherwise peaceful seaside view. Princess Ingrid, holding a teacup, and Lady Luna Sirad look at each other with mild surprise as Ingrid announces they've received an invitation from the governor of Luz, Count Segunda. Below them, Lindsay and young Eren are absolutely beaming, their eyes sparkling with excitement, and Eren clasps her hands together, exclaiming if it's really for a ball. Knight Mark Killian stands in the drawing room, holding the formal invitation, and confirms that yes, all of them are invited to go, while the ladies are already chattering excitedly in the background, and Aaron and Ian, seated at a table with wine glasses, listen to the news. Aaron looks intense, a glint in his blue eyes with a subtle light flaring behind him, as he thinks to himself that their opportunity has finally come, the chance he's been waiting for to confront their suspected enemy. Ian's face appears, looking down with a smirk, and he confidently declares that he will go along with it. He finishes his thought, saying he'll go along with what Aaron wants for now, agreeing to Aaron's plan, at least for the moment, with his usual arrogance still present. Duchess Helene Pendragon, Aaron's mother, appears, her expression worried as she clutches her hand to her chest and murmurs the name of their host, Count Segunda, with clear trepidation, showing the bad history between their families is a source of anxiety for her. Duchess Helene stands with Aaron by her side, looking apprehensive, and Aaron turns to look at his mother, his expression softening slightly as he notices her deep concern. Aaron smiles reassuringly at his mother, who is seated at the table while Ian sits opposite him, and he gently tells her to please rest here at the villa. Aaron's smile then becomes a bit more knowing, almost a warning, as he adds that lots of things are bound to happen there, showing he's anticipating trouble and wants to keep her safe. Duchess Helene smiles gratefully, clearly touched by her son's concern, and softly says, "Thank you, Aaron." Sol, in her regal human form with large, feathered wings, stands on the balcony overlooking the gathering below, and Aaron calls out to her, "Esso." Aaron stands, looking towards Sol, and he was about to ask her to take care of his mother but corrects himself, formally tasking his powerful guardian by saying he will entrust the Duchess to her. Sol turns, her expression serene and accepting, with a small, glowing ellipsis indicating her silent acknowledgement of his request, her loyalty to him absolute. Evening descends, and we see the grand, imposing structure of Lu's Governor Segunda's mansion, lit up against the twilight sky as the sun sets, casting long shadows over the estate. Count Segunda's men, dressed in formal livery, await the guests, and some nobles with indistinct faces are already present, creating an atmosphere of anticipation for the coming event. Two well-dressed young noblemen greet each other with smiles, one saying what a pleasure it is to have the other here, exchanging the usual pleasantries of a high society gathering. A grand carriage, pulled by 4 horses and flanked by riders bearing the Pendragon and Imperial banners, arrives, and a voice announces the protagonists of today's gathering, while the sound of hooves and carriage wheels fills the air. Aaron, Ian, Princess Ingrid, Lindsay, Aaron, and Elkin descend the grand staircase, all dressed in their finest formal wear, making a striking group that radiates power and elegance, with sparkles highlighting their grand entrance. Princess Ingrid, looking particularly regal in a black and red gown, waves with a charming smile, while Lady Luna, in a purple gown, stands beside her, and an onlooker exclaims how beautiful the young ladies are. Aaron, in a sharp white suit with gold embroidery, and Ian, in a dark suit with a lavish red cravat, stand side by side, looking incredibly dashing, and another guest murmurs how handsome the prince and the duke are. The nobles gathered in the courtyard watch their arrival with a mixture of awe and apprehension, one commenting that even though they are nobility, this is an undeserving honor, and another adding that they will certainly meet with the count and this is their first time meeting the young lords, showing the arrival of such high-ranking figures is a major event. Suddenly, a loud, guttural roar cuts through the polite chatter as Carda, his massive tusks visible, shouts, "Oh, Pendragon!" Carda, looking utterly ridiculous and uncomfortable in a too tight formal suit, stomps forward, cracking the pavement beneath his feet, and yells at Elkin, who is dressed impeccably in a white suit, that this is different from what Elkin told him. 2 noble ladies nearby look completely shocked and alarmed by Carda's outburst and his rough appearance, with double exclamation marks popping up above their heads. Carda, still in his ill-fitting suit, glares around the opulent hall, clearly unimpressed, while Elkin stands beside him looking stoic as usual, and Carda growls, "What the hell is this?" Carda sneers, complaining that there are only stuffed pigs here and aren't they all just small fry, showing he was expecting a battle, not a ballroom full of nobles. He turns to Elkin, complaining that Elkin said there was going to be something so he came here all excited, but his disappointment is obvious. Carda scans the crowd, still looking for a worthy fight, and asks where the warriors are because he wants to beat up those orcs, referring to the Lachuan orc pirates he encountered earlier, while Killian in the background likely sighs in exasperation. A smooth voice cuts in, and we see a close-up of a man holding a champagne flute, saying, "Thank you for coming, Pendragon and company." It's Vincent, Count Segunda's aide, looking sharp and composed in a dark formal suit as he stands before Aaron, Elkin, Carda, and Ian. Vincent bows slightly, a polite smile on his face, looking tall and carrying himself with an air of quiet confidence, a sword visible at his hip. He addresses Aaron directly, introducing himself as a knight who serves under Governor Segunda, and his name is Vincent. Vincent extends a hand towards Aaron, his smile unwavering, and says he's pleased to meet young Lord Pendragon. As their hands are about to meet, a golden glint flashes in Vincent's eyes, showing a subtle surge of power. Aaron meets Vincent's gaze, his own expression calm but observant, and he notices the subtle shift in Vincent's eyes, an exclamation mark showing his awareness. A close-up on Aaron's eye reveals him thinking if that is aura flow, recognizing the sign of a powerful and experienced warrior. Vincent stands confidently, a faint golden aura now visibly emanating from him, particularly around his eyes, and Aaron recalls that aura flow only occurs for people who are fierce warriors with lots of battle experience. Aaron smirks slightly, intrigued, and thinks this is interesting and that he should observe the situation a little more, realizing this party is definitely not going to be boring. Aaron seems a bit taken aback by Vincent's overt display of aura, or perhaps by its implications, uttering "Nuh," with a bead of sweat on his temple. Vincent looks down for a moment, his expression unreadable, as the aura around his eyes subsides. Vincent then gestures towards the grand hall, politely asking everyone to please follow him as he leads the way, the perfect host's aide. Vincent leads Aaron's party, including Carda, Elkin, Ian, Ingrid, Lindsay, and Aaron, all in their formal attire, through the opulent ballroom, while the other guests watch them pass with curiosity. Ian watches Vincent's back as they walk, a thoughtful expression on his face, clearly observing him. Ian observes Vincent's movements, noting that his pace is always stable and his posture doesn't get disheveled, recognizing Vincent's disciplined demeanor as a sign of a trained fighter. Carda also watches Vincent, a rare thoughtful look on his face, and thinks that perhaps Vincent can actually fight, as he too senses Vincent's underlying strength. Elkin walks with a stoic expression, but his eyes are sharp, taking in everything around him, ever vigilant. The grand ballroom is filled with glittering chandeliers and elegantly dressed nobles, and the party is in full swing, a picture of high society. Aaron, Ian, Ingrid, and Aaron are presented to the host, looking every bit the distinguished and important guests they are. At the top of a grand staircase, flanked by maids, stands an elderly man with gray hair, a monocle, and a stern but currently welcoming expression, leaning on a cane. This is their host, Count Segunda. Count Torio Segunda smiles, a picture of refined nobility, and says he is the governor of Luz, Torio Segunda, and that it's been a long time, hasn't it, Prince Ian, his tone smooth and polite. Ian returns the smile, though his is more of a smirk, and replies that he thinks it has been 3 years, and that a lot of things are happening at the imperial castle, being vaguely diplomatic. Segunda then turns his attention to Princess Ingrid, remarking that for her, it has been 5 years. Segunda's monocled eye gleams as he compliments her, saying she has become even prettier, his words superficially charming but carrying an undertone. Aaron watches Segunda, his expression unreadable, and a flicker of light reflects in his eyes as he thinks with a jolt, sensing something off about the Count's demeanor. Segunda then turns to Aaron, his smile still in place, and remarks that this one is Lady Aaron, and to think she has become this pretty. A close-up of Segunda's monocled eye shows it seems to hold a hidden calculation behind his polite facade. Aaron observes Segunda intently, thinking that he's definitely something, trying to get a read on the man's true nature. Segunda now addresses Aaron directly, his smile widening, as he calls him the rumor of the moment, the Pendragon young lord. Segunda gestures expansively, praising Aaron for making a pact with the White Dragon and making both orcs and griffins follow him, calling it truly splendid. Segunda's eye then narrows slightly as he asks where the Duchess is, feigning polite concern for Aaron's mother's absence. Aaron replies smoothly, his expression calm, explaining that her condition isn't good, so she's resting at another villa with his other sister, giving a prepared excuse. Segunda gasps dramatically, his eyes wide with feigned shock and concern, exclaiming how awful that is and that he will send his personal healers to go see her. He continues, saying of course, he will also go to see her personally, but Eren politely declines, saying he is thankful for Segunda's words but asks him to please refrain from doing so. Eren explains, his voice firm, that if a dangerous situation appears, it will get troublesome, subtly warning Segunda off. Segunda looks slightly taken aback, his smile faltering for a moment as he processes Eren's polite but firm refusal. Segunda quickly recovers his composure, gesturing to the ballroom, and says if that's so, then please enjoy tonight to their heart's content, continuing the pleasantries though the underlying tension is palpable. Ian sidles up to Eren, a glass of wine in hand, a disgusted look on his face, and asks what a distasteful person Segunda is, and Eren replies dryly, yeah. Eren adds that he heard Segunda propose to the Duchess a long time ago and got turned down, and even though it's already been 20 years, he is still as persistent as ever, explaining Segunda's particular interest and the bad blood between them. Eren's gaze then sharpens as he asks who the hell that knight, Vincent, is, showing Vincent has clearly made an impression on him. Ian sips his wine and explains that Vincent is Count Segunda's most trusted retainer, who came to lose 2 years ago and quickly stood out. Ian continues, saying it's rumored that Vincent is the one who does the dirty work for Count Segunda, according to what he heard, and Eren murmurs thoughtfully, dirty jobs, huh? Eren's eyes narrow as he considers this new information, wondering how Vincent is connected to the Sisek incident, making Vincent a key figure in his investigation. Ian raises his glass, saying that's his cue and now they should enjoy the party, telling Eren not to drink too much as he heads off, leaving Eren to his thoughts, and Eren mutters that's what he should be saying to Ian. Suddenly, outside the mansion, a terrified servant stares at the gate, stammering why someone is here. The servant stumbles back, pointing a trembling candelabra at a dark, imposing figure, asking why they are here in this attire and why they came. A close-up of a cruel, sharp-toothed grin appears, and a voice drawls that it's because they heard there was going to be a party. A hand gestures dismissively as the voice continues, saying you have to be dressed appropriately. With a swift, brutal motion, the figure slices the servant's neck, and blood sprays everywhere. The servant collapses as the figure, Tolio Arangis, dressed in his pirate garb, stands over him with blood dripping from his fingers, declaring that this is his attire with cold amusement. Arangis adjusts his pirate hat, a savage grin on his face, and says he is dressed appropriately for the occasion. Arangis strides into the mansion grounds, his Latuan orc pirates following closely behind him, while dead guards litter the ground, and he laughs maniacally, shouting, so now, let us play to our heart's content, signaling the ball is about to become a bloodbath. Inside the fancy ballroom, Elkin Isla, looking sharp in his white suit, stood beside Eren and remarked with a hint of admiration, or maybe just stating a fact, about what a bold brat Eren Pendragon was, noticing Eren's calm behavior in this tense place. Elsewhere, Count Segunda leaned on his cane, watching the party, and then turned to his aide, asking Sir Vincent for his thoughts on their guests, wanting his trusted retainer's opinion. The scene showed a reflection, maybe in a mirror or a polished surface, of Count Segunda holding a wine glass, while Vincent was seated at a desk in a private room, also with wine, as they discussed the situation away from the main party. Vincent, holding his wine glass, reported that Eren was able to see his aura flow when he released it, but then quickly looked away, making Vincent think Eren was frightened, slightly misjudging Eren's reaction and underestimating him. Count Segunda sipped his wine, a dismissive smile on his face, and agreed that Eren was basically just a small fry, also quick to underestimate Eren based on Vincent's report. Segunda then turned to Vincent, his expression more serious, and said that the brown-skinned person, Elkin Isla, was without a doubt strong, and asked how Elkin compared to Vincent. Vincent brought his wine glass to his lips, his eyes narrowed in thought, and replied that he didn't know, and they would only find out if they actually fought, acknowledging Elkin's skill but confident in his own. A close-up of Vincent's determined profile showed that he was a formidable warrior and he knew it. Vincent continued his assessment of Elkin, a mental image appearing of Elkin with Carta looming behind him, and thought that Elkin was probably a knight of Valvas, recognizing them as narrow-minded and bold warriors. Aaron and Vincent were shown again as Vincent finished his thoughts on Elkin, finding it strange that Elkin would be loyal to someone like Aaron who seemed less powerful, puzzling him. Count Segunda raised his glass, a pleased expression on his face, and said he would leave that night to Vincent, adding it was fine if Vincent couldn't kill him since their reinforcements would be coming soon, showing he had other plans. Segunda's smile widened, his eyes glinting with evil confidence, as he said the son of the Sea Dragon King, the Dark King Orangus, would take care of the cat, Aaron, and the snake, In. Segunda looked at Vincent and asked if he met Orangus at that garbage dump, confirming Vincent's earlier scary encounter with Orangus in the pirate den. Vincent visibly flinched, a bead of sweat on his temple, as images flashed through his mind of Orangus's terrifying, oppressive aura and the casual brutality Orangus showed while toying with him, the memory clearly traumatic. Vincent sat at the desk, his hand trembling slightly as he gripped his wineglass, and stated with conviction that Orangus was a beast, and nobody, at least no human, could win against him, showing Orangus's power was beyond human understanding. Count Segunda let out a soft chuckle, saying that if Vincent was the one saying that, then things would go exactly as planned, as Vincent's fear only made Segunda more confident in Orangus. Vincent looked down, his expression grim, as Segunda continued, praising him by saying that out of everyone he knew, Vincent was the most clever and fierce. Segunda leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with ambition, and promised Vincent that if today's incident went well, their plan would get even bigger and progress much faster, and when that time came, he would give Vincent the position he wanted so badly. Vincent bowed his head slightly, his voice low, saying he was undeserving of such honor, his loyalty, or maybe his ambition, clear in his response. Count Segunda turned, looking out over the ballroom from a balcony, and stated he had no ties to anything that would happen here, already distancing himself from the chaos he was about to unleash. A sinister smile played on Segunda's lips as he added that he was just a mere victim, his plan for plausible deniability firmly in place. He continued, his voice dripping with faked innocence, saying he was just like those carefree idiots down there, gesturing towards the unsuspecting nobles enjoying the party, including Ingrid, Luna, Lindsay, and Aaron, who were toasting with champagne, completely unaware. Segunda turned his head slightly, a smug look on his face, and asked, "Isn't that so?" clearly reveling in his manipulative and cruel scheme. Vincent watched his master from the desk, his expression unreadable, perhaps contemplating the coming events. Segunda descended the grand staircase, rejoining the party as the perfect image of a gracious host, while Vincent thought to himself, "That's right, my liege." Suddenly, the grand windows of the ballroom shattered inwards, sending shards of glass flying everywhere, with red slashes indicating the violent impact that broke the peace. The party guests looked up in shock and confusion, and Aaron, Ian, Carta, Elkin, Ingrid, Lindsay, Aaron, and Luna all reacted to the sudden intrusion, the festive mood instantly broken by the sound. Tolio Orangus, the Sea Dragon King, burst through the shattered window with his cutlass raised, and Pak the Lachuan Orc chieftain right behind him, both silhouetted against the night sky like figures of pure menace. Panic erupted immediately as a guest screamed that it was the pirates, and Orangus leaped down into the ballroom, his movements swift and deadly, ready to cause chaos. A nobleman was sent flying, his face a mask of terror, as the pirates began their brutal assault, with dark, shadowy slashes indicating swift and deadly attacks. Chaos reigned completely as nobles screamed and scattered while the pirates cut them down without mercy, instantly transforming the beautiful ballroom into a horrifying scene of carnage. A body was flung upwards, crashing into a massive crystal chandelier, which then shattered and rained down debris, showing the brutal and overwhelming violence of the attack. Orangus, his face contorted in a sadistic grin with his cutlass stained with blood, roared his orders to kill all of those worms, pillage their goods, and eat their women. His Lachuan orc pirates charged into the terrified crowd, attacking with savage glee, while Orangus himself cut down a fleeing noble, and a guest screamed, "You bastards!" But it was completely futile against them. Count Segunda covered his mouth, feigning shock and horror at the carnage unfolding before him, his act of being an innocent victim now in full swing. Vincent stood behind Segunda, looking out at the blood-soaked ballroom floor littered with bodies, and murmured that Aranjus overdid it and the blood wouldn't come off later, seeming even a little taken aback by the sheer brutality. Vincent quickly composed himself, turning to Segunda with a reassuring smile, and said Aranjus did a splendid job because since he was doing this, there would be no suspicion towards Segunda, showing the plan was working perfectly to create a chaotic cover. Vincent ran his hands through his hair, a determined glint in his eyes, and said then he would get started with his job too, showing he had his own role to play in this unfolding chaos. The focus shifted to elegant, heeled shoes hurriedly tapping across the floor, as the ladies were desperately trying to escape the slaughter. Ingrid, Lindsay, Erin, and Lady Luna were running for their lives up a staircase, with Ingrid complaining that running in high heels was hard and telling Lindsay to keep running, while Erin cried out wondering why something like this was happening and calling for her brother. A dark figure suddenly leaped down the stairs behind them. It was Aranjus, hot on their trail, moving with terrifying speed and agility. Aranjus grinned, his sharp teeth bared and his eyes fixed on the fleeing women, as he purred, "Found you," his voice dripping with sadistic pleasure. Aranjus then unleashed a wave of dark, oppressive energy, a powerful aura that washed over the women, stopping them in their tracks. The world seemed to turn into a negative image as the women were caught in his aura, frozen in fear and unable to move a muscle. Aranjus pointed a finger, his gaze locking onto his chosen victim from the group. His finger was aimed directly at Lady Luna Sirad, and he sneered, "Who am?" beginning his cruel game. Lady Luna and Lindsay were terrified, clutching their throats as if they couldn't breathe, while Aranjus continued, "I gondi." Erin and Ingrid were also caught in the paralyzing fear, completely helpless, as Aranjus finished his sadistic question, "To eat?" First, Lady Luna stared in abject terror, thinking that this was just like that time, a past trauma clearly resurfacing in this horrifying moment. A spectral image of a monstrous orc appeared behind Aranjus, representing the crushing fear he projected, and Lady Luna recognized it, exclaiming, "ORC fear?" This was a specialized, terrifying ability. Aranjus snapped his fingers, the sound sharp and ominous, signaling his decision. He pointed directly at Lady Luna, his expression one of pure, cruel delight, and declared, "I choose you," as he prepared to strike. Aranjus lunged forward with a wild, inhuman laugh, his cutlass raised, ready to kill Lady Luna, shouting, "Ha!" Lady Luna closed her eyes, bracing for the inevitable attack, tears streaming down her face, utterly helpless before him. Suddenly, a flash of silver streaked through the air, with purple energy trailing behind it. Two blades met Aranjus's cutlass with a shower of sparks, as Erin, his eyes narrowed and blazing with determination, intercepted the attack. His twin swords crossed to block the deadly blow. Erin stood protectively in front of Lady Luna, his formal suit now a battle uniform, having appeared just in the nick of time and pushing Aranjus back slightly. Erin and Lindsay stared in stunned relief, calling out, "Brother!" as they recognized Erin, their savior. Erin held his ground against Aranjus, the force of their clash evident, while Lady Luna, still terrified but alive, looked up at Erin, murmuring his name, "Ern." Erin glanced back at Lady Luna, his expression concerned but resolute, and asked if she was okay, addressing her formally as Sirad even in this crisis. Lady Luna looked at Erin, tears in her eyes, her face flushed with a mixture of terror and overwhelming gratitude, safe for now thanks to him. Aranjus pulled back slightly, a surprised but amused grin on his face, and chuckled that these idiots took the bait and showed themselves so brazenly, seeming to have expected this confrontation. Ian Aragon's polished shoe stepped forward, and he commented coolly that no matter how closely he looked, Ian stood on the stairs below, looking up at Aranjus who was still engaged with Erin, and remarked that Aranjus was just a huge pig, unimpressed by his appearance despite his obvious power. Ian smirked, his hand on the hilt of his own sword, and asked Aranjus if he thought that he only had one opponent, showing he was ready to join the fight. From the other side, Karda, brandishing his massive axe, and Elkin, his sword drawn, appeared on the stairs, flanking Aranjus and Erin, as the heroes began to assemble. Elkin, his expression grim, stood ready with Carta, who grinned ferociously, and Elkin thought that so this was what Carta meant by something interesting, while Carta added that it had finally gotten interesting. Ian, Aaron, Carta, and Elkin now surrounded Orangus on the grand staircase, while the other nobles were either fleeing or dead, setting the stage for a major confrontation. Orangus looked around at his opponents, his smirk unwavering, and thought that the one who got baited. A close-up of Aaron's determined face showed his twin swords crossed defensively, as Orangus finished his thought with a chilling realization, was me? Perhaps underestimating their willingness to fight back together. Ian, Carta, and Elkin all wore expressions of grim determination, fully prepared to face the monstrous Sea Dragon King. Orangus's sharp-toothed grin widened. This was exactly the kind of fight he craved, a true challenge. Orangus threw his head back and laughed, his voice echoing with sadistic delight, saying he saw now but that these idiots never changed, clearly enjoying the prospect of a bloody battle against multiple strong opponents, while Aaron grimly faced him. Orangus, his eyes glowing with dark energy and his cutlass ready, declared with absolute confidence that no matter how many worms there were, they would never be able to put up a fight against him, as the battle was about to begin in earnest. The grand staircase of Segunda's mansion had turned into a battlefield, with Orangus in his pirate gear facing off against Aaron and Ian in their formal suits, while Carta, in his tight noble outfit, and Elkin, also in a white suit, stood ready on the steps below, the air crackling with tension. We get close-ups highlighting the fighters, Aaron with his sword drawn, while Ingrid, Lindsay, and Aaron watched with concern behind him, Ian with a smirk on his face, his hand on his sword's hilt, and Elkin, ever stoic, with Carta shouldering his massive axe, all ready for a big fight. Orangus, the Sea Dragon King, glared at them, his yellow eyes glowing with evil intent as he held his cutlass ready, looking like a predator sizing up his prey. Orangus looked at the 4 opponents standing before him and commented that 4 people was a little too many to deal with, a hint of annoyance in his voice, while Aaron stood protectively before Lady Luna and Aaron. A cruel grin spread across Orangus's face, revealing his sharp teeth, as he said so let him take care of the unnecessary ones first, clearly deciding to thin the herd. Orangus then unleashed a torrent of dark red, crackling energy from his hand, a savage look on his face, the power immense and destructive. The blast of dark energy rushed towards Aaron, who looked up in alarm, a double exclamation mark showing his shock at the sudden, powerful attack. The energy slammed into the grand staircase, causing a massive explosion, with Orangus at the center of the destructive force, his power absolutely devastating. The staircase erupted in a shower of debris and dust, the force of the blast incredible as it shattered the elegant structure, and someone caught in the explosion cried out in surprise. Ian, looking shocked and disoriented, the sudden, overwhelming attack having caught him completely off guard. Aaron leaped back, barely avoiding the main force of the blast, shielding the ladies behind him as the staircase crumbled all around them. Carta, caught in the explosion, was sent flying, his axe flailing wildly, while Elkin was also thrown off balance as the ground beneath them disintegrated. A noble guest, looking up from below, screamed in terror that the stairs were collapsing, as the entire structure was coming down. Dust and debris filled the air as the once grand staircase was reduced to rubble, showing the immense scale of destruction from just a single attack. Carta landed heavily on the ground floor amidst the wreckage, letting out a pained from the impact. Carta, now kneeling in the debris with Elkin beside him, glared up furiously, shouting what the hell was wrong with that idiot, enraged at being targeted so dismissively. Carta and Elkin looked up at the ruined staircase, and Carta growled that Orangus made them go all the way back to the first floor, separating them from Aaron and Ian. Suddenly, Lachuan orc pirates surrounded them on the ground floor, and one shouted for everyone to look because it was that orc from back then, recognizing Carta. Pack, the Lachuan orc chieftain with the eye patch, grinned menacingly, brandishing a dagger, and said how nice because he was getting tired of eating those fat pigs and now they had orc meat, first come first served, clearly eager to fight Carta. Carta glared at Pack, recognizing him as the one with the eye patch from the port, while Elkin also looked on, ready for the battle to begin. Carta roared with laughter, brandishing his axe, and shouted that he was the one who was going to be eating them with a nice beer on the side, calling them shitty pirates as he charged into the fight. Karda clashed his axe against a pirate's weapon, the impact sending out shockwaves, while Elkin moved with lightning speed in the background, engaging other pirates as the battle on the ground floor began. Back on the ruined upper landing, Orangus stood confidently, facing Ian, who was now alone, while Aaron and the ladies were further up the remaining stairs, and Orangus gestured dismissively. Orangus smirked and said now only the cat and the snake remained, and he could properly enjoy himself now, referring to Ian and Aaron, eager to fight them directly. Orangus pointed his cutlass at Ian, a bright light flaring behind the prince, and said Ian was going to be first, calling him Little Cat, while Ian looked determined, ready to face him. Ian, his eyes narrowed and his hand on his sword, retorted that Orangus's power was no joke for a giant pig, but did he think? Ian drew his sword, a golden aura flaring around him and his blade, and asked if Orangus thought power was the only thing that mattered in a fight, confident in his own skill. Aaron and Ingrid watched from a safe distance, their hands clasped worriedly, and Aaron asked if the prince was going to be okay, but Ingrid reassured her not to worry. Ingrid smiled confidently, saying her brother was not normal, and it was said that he was the best in the imperial capital when it came to technique. Ian stood ready to face Orangus, as Ingrid finished by saying she had never seen him lose once, her faith in her brother absolute. Ian lunged at Orangus, his sword a blur and his expression fierce, a golden aura trailing his blade as he attacked. Ian unleashed a rapid series of strikes, his swordsmanship clearly on a high level, while Orangus met his attacks with his cutlass, their blades clashing repeatedly. The fight was a whirlwind of motion, sparks flying as their swords connected again and again, with Ian pressing the attack with incredible speed and precision. Aaron and Ingrid watched, impressed, and Ingrid exclaimed what an amazing sequence of attacks from the prince it was, thinking it looked like that pirate couldn't fight back, believing Ian had the upper hand. A close-up of Aaron's eye showed him watching the fight intently, his expression serious as he thought, no, because he saw something the others didn't. Ian continued his assault, but Orangus effortlessly parried a blow, a slight smirk on his face, as Ian's attack was blocked perfectly. Ian's eyes widened in disbelief as he thought that he felt nothing when their swords crossed, realizing Orangus wasn't even being pushed back. Orangus easily deflected another of Ian's strikes, and Ian realized with dawning horror that Orangus was just parrying his attacks, toying with him. Orangus's eyes glowed, his grin widening as he said, right here, having found an opening in Ian's defense. Orangus countered with a powerful downward slash, and Ian was forced to block, but the force of the blow was immense. Ian was visibly shocked, a long ellipsis and double exclamation mark showing his surprise and dismay at Orangus's true, overwhelming strength. Aaron and Ingrid gasped, their earlier confidence completely shattered as they saw Ian struggling against Orangus. Orangus sneered, asking if this was all the imperial capital's tyrant had, mocking Ian's power and reputation. Orangus then unleashed another wave of his dark red energy, engulfing Ian in the overwhelming attack. A close-up of Orangus's eye, glowing with malevolent power, showed he was putting serious force into this devastating attack. Ian was sent flying backward by the blast, a vortex of energy swirling around him as he was overwhelmed. Aaron watched, blood splattering near him from the force of the attack on Ian, his expression grim and concerned. Vincent, now in a dark, hooded combat outfit, appeared silently behind the recovering Ian, and Aaron shouted, "In," as a warning. Ian, still reeling, turned to Aaron, a desperate look on his face, and said let's fight together because Orangus was not normal, finally admitting Orangus was too much for him alone. Orangus touched a small scratch on his cheek, a single drop of blood appearing, his expression one of surprise. Orangus looked at the blood on his finger, a thoughtful, almost pleased expression on his face, and wondered how long it had been since his blood was last spilled, seeming to relish the challenge. Orangus's eye glowed with a fiery orange light as he considered his next move. Aaron stepped forward, his white dragon aura flaring to life around him as he took a defensive stance with his twin swords, and Orangus said perhaps he should have started with the snake, targeting Aaron now. Aranjus materialized a sturdy, dark shield in his other hand and grinned, saying his meal had become a lot more interesting. Aranjus, now armed with his cutlass and shield, stood surrounded by his dark red aura, ready to face both Eren and Ian, and issued a challenge for them to do their best, because if they lost, he was going to eat them along with those women, raising the stakes incredibly high. Down below, Carta swung his axe with ferocious power, a purple energy trail following its arc as it clashed with Pack's weapon in a fierce duel. Elkin, with incredible speed and precision, cut down another Latuan orc pirate, his white suit remaining pristine despite the brutal combat around him. Elkin dashed up a crumbling section of the stairs, effortlessly dispatching another pirate, his movements fluid and deadly. Elkin landed gracefully, his eyes already seeking his next target, moving like a whirlwind of destruction through the enemy ranks. The battle raged on multiple fronts, with Aranjus facing Eren and Ian above, while Elkin and Carta fought the pirates below, turning the entire mansion into a chaotic warzone. A close-up of Elkin's intense purple eyes showed them gleaming with focus and deadly intent as he fought. Elkin unleashed a flurry of slashes with his twin swords, cutting down multiple pirates in a single, devastating move, red energy trailing from his blades. He moved like a phantom, too fast for the pirates to react, his attacks precise and lethal, leaving a trail of defeated enemies. Elkin stood amidst fallen pirates, his white suit still untouched, and moved towards another group, a whirlwind of deadly grace and efficiency. Vincent, still in his hooded combat gear, watched Elkin from a distance, his own sword drawn, clearly recognizing Elkin's exceptional skill. Vincent observed Elkin cutting through the pirates and noted with professional interest that his swordsmanship was quite neat. Vincent stood silently, his hand on the hilt of his sword, his fingers crackling with a faint purple energy as he prepared to intervene, a thoughtful ellipsis hanging in the air. Elkin turned, sensing another presence, and thought that it was the knight from back there, remembering Vincent from their earlier encounter. Vincent, his hood still up, looked surprised, not expecting Elkin to notice him so quickly or identify him. Elkin, his twin swords held ready, faced Vincent and stated that a Valva's knight never forgets the aura of another warrior when they've felt it before, showing he had already gauged Vincent's strength. A close-up of Vincent's eye under his hood showed him silent, processing Elkin's confident words. Vincent drew his sword, its blade gleaming, and said he had a reason to get rid of Elkin now. So let us fight seriously, accepting the challenge. Elkin and Vincent lunged at each other, their swords about to clash, signaling the beginning of a high-level duel amidst the surrounding chaos, with red and white energy trails marking their swift movements.